just beautiful. The smoke comes in. Elgato gonna fall off. It's nice to gonna come through the smoke.
For a second, Burn turning up, looks for a third. Oh my goodness, oh, we're seeing
But
it!
this man unlocks another ace. Burn picks up, oh no. Strength, oh, the one tap.
Do it. 1v1.
Lord, I am absolutely loving this.
Welcome back, beautiful people. We are here for what is week number 4 now. It's flying by for the Let's Play Live Counter-Strike Global Offensive competition. And of course, I will always be bringing it to you alongside Komodo. My name is Conky. And Dion, we had a pretty quick one last week.
Yeah, last week we saw, 2 quick 2-0s, the same maps being played and everything. It was kind of good, Quick one's a good one, as they always say. Of course, Paradox beating out against Mako and the Roosters beating out against the Truckers. So that's, the quick little bit we saw last week. But I think tonight we're probably not going to see the big old 2-0s. So having a little bit of a backtrack in the bracket here, of course, the Roosters over the Truckers and Paradox over Mako, which we just mentioned. But we're looking most importantly down to the lower area right now. Going to be an elimination match.
Yeah, well, look, break it down for me, I guess, the way we can sort of go through it. Downfall versus Bantz is going to be, I feel like, a very playful game, a very entertaining one. All 10 people in the server are going to be flying back and forth and having a little bit of fun with it. But I feel like Orgless versus Skyfire, Orgless obviously formerly Control, is going to be a little bit more strictly business. Skyfire, they've made the investment now. Obviously, they've picked up Clutchy, and they've also brought on Pocket Psych, Michelle Payne, as the sports psychologist for the team, and a perfect fit, I feel, for a team like Skyfire that can really sort of help them glue together.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that one. Skyfire is also one of those teams that, they're very fluid and they're very communication heavy. If one player is feeling down, it can really bring down the whole team. We got a couple teams like that in the region, but I feel like with Skyfire, one of their big reliabilities in this team is the cohesiveness between all of the players.
Nah, for sure. And it's definitely a team. Obviously we've got people that have been in the region playing for ages, years and years and years. Obviously Moe, his expertise is nothing to laugh at. He's been around since the 1.6 days, obviously the very early rosters versions where he's been on Immunity, traveled all around the world playing for that one. So a roster that has him involved with the firepower alongside it, it's always a bit surprising to see, them sort of have some lacking results from time to time. But, I guess we're going to be looking, obviously, first of all, at Downfall versus Bantz. As I mentioned, very, very personality-fueled rosters, of course. We've got, as I said, Mook, Bogeyman, Kyson, 2D, Elusive. And, look, obviously Downfall, they've had some really, close results, but haven't quite been able to bring it all the way through. So this match is obviously do or die, basically.
And I guess you could sort of say the same thing about Bantz, right? Lots of close matches to be brought forward, some wins, some losses as well. Most recently against Order last night, that they'll probably want to forget about going into this series here, because this is going to be one of those elimination games. If Bantz lose it, they're out, and Downfall will move forward, and vice versa as well. So we look at Falcon, who'll be playing out the season with the boys, Ruffleco, Brace, Addict, and Motion. The stack of the Bantz boys, really expecting some good things here. But it's the matchup of friends in this game that we're going to be seeing tonight.
Yeah, no, for sure. And obviously Bantz, very interesting matchup that they had against Order last night. For anyone around the region, we do have plenty of competitions going on at any one point in time. Let's Play Live obviously falls onto that Thursday, but something else that we've experienced as well is the MDL finals. So that's under the ESCA banner. And that's one of the competitions that basically has all of the, top in the region facing off against each other. So the quarterfinals played out last night. And I can break down a little bit at the start of Inferno for Bantz, because they actually ended up the half 8-7, and then they lost 16-7. And that was on the T side of Inferno. So they're a team that's really showing that they're working hard, they're making waves, and they're getting the job done. But when they do face up against some of those really, really tough teams, it does be a bit of a struggle. But Dion, we will be going into Inferno on that very first map. And again, as we assume, it's probably their choice.
Yeah, so my predictions going into this as well would have been Inferno for Bantz and Overpass Peak by Downfall, and that's exactly what we're going to be seeing tonight. Then that third map, Dust 2, if it does actually come down to it in the end. So up for a bit of a generic closer, I guess you would say. Usually you'd see Inferno be that last closer, but the pick for Bantz starting on the T side here. Let's see what they can do.
Oh, not a bad start, though. Coming out for Addict, also spotting out the secondary member as well, but not quite going to be able to find that kill. Onto Moop, now choosing to fall away. They're happy with the initial control that they've taken, and why wouldn't you be? So, again, as we mentioned, Downfall and Bantz, probably a very evenly matched bunch of teams here, and it will be very cool to see where they all end up. I do believe there'll be lots of banter coming on out, and there we go. 2D to open up from the pit, and he will actually be able to pick up a second here before he goes down to Motion.
And Motion will pick up 2, allowing the bomb to go down now for Bantz. So the kit for Elusive will have to be called to arms. Moop as well. See what damage he can deliver with this P2K right now. I haven't actually seen this weapon be pulled out in a little bit. Relatively powerful, you know, but you always do like the swift pickings of the silenced USP here. So let's see how they're going to do this. How they're going to bring it in.
Yeah, look, it's a tough one. A 3v2 retake, as you mentioned. Elusive does have the kill, but are they going to be able to find the kills? Moop does pick up 1, but Roffleco in the mini pit will be able to close out the first round for Bantz, and that is the momentum that they're going to need to pick up their map. So T side, for everyone watching at home, obviously the attacking side, or the T side, the yellow-colored team is obviously much more challenging typically. You know, you've got to move as a unit, show the team synergy, and effectively use your utility, so the smoke grenades, flash grenades, the Molotovs and other things, to execute onto those sites. And the blue team, of course, the CTs, that's the defending side. And Bogeyman, he's showing a bit of defense.
Yeah, well, this is that first, sort of prize from the Downfall crew right now. They're forced up into the second round. If they didn't spend anything, they would have had extra money for the weaponry in the next round. But we know how our region kind of goes. You win the pistol, you tend to lose the second round. So we'll see if Bantz can hold on to it right now. They don't want to lose these AK-47s, of course. The one of the most impactful weapons in this game. So let's see what they are going to be able to do. It is a good leg up, though, for Downfall in the beginning of this round.
Obviously, before the action does occur, guys, once again, big shouts to our sponsors, Vodafone, Western Digital Black, Conker, and the New Zealand Defence Force, now 2D. Oh, was that mid-air?
No, that was Falcon in mid-air there.
Oh, I was going to say. Okay, fair enough. Still, regardless. Kill will be found. 2D does go down. That one's certainly a bit of a tilter, but it's not going to matter because now the rotate will come through. And Dion, this round's very winnable.
Yeah, the only thing going for Bantz right now is Downfall don't have any kits, and there is a lot of information being gained by Motion right now, so he can come back to the side as Roffleco will pick up one onto Bogeyman, a second onto Moop as well, starting to put some damage forward as he finds 3 in the round so far, just leaving it down to the Lonesome Ranger in Elusive. No kit, as previously mentioned, he's finding these picks early, and he's going to get shut down by Falcon, so a good hold from Bantz to knock down that anti-eco, which now Downfall are going to be on the eco.
Roffleco to drop 35, surely. He's already on 6.
Is that what he did yesterday?
No. Look, it's a little bit different though when you're going up against Order, and
yeah.
There was some pretty, like, first half. There was some pretty cool highlight clips. I've got to admit, it was despite being quite a one-sided series, it still was pretty fun to cast. Always good in a best of 3 like that. So.
Well, let's hope this one here isn't a one-sided affair. We always love the close game, good game, especially when it comes down to the Bantz boys as well. Always give us a little bit of hype plays in the server. And of course, we can say the same for Downfall here. But let's wait and see what's going to happen. The pistol stack over towards B with Moop by himself over at A just to see what damage he can potentially do. But interestingly enough, it's not the normal barbecue or the pool stack from Downfall. They're all going to be in ruins.
We did see one last night outside library, all sitting on each other's heads. Got 2 kills. Didn't win the round, but it still looked good.
Outside library?
Yep, like literally just outside the door.
Or A site? Ah, okay.
A site, yeah, sitting out like right where we're looking now.
That's funny.
Crazy times.
Well, if Moop does lose his life here, that will be the A-bomb site open for the taking. And now that he has lost his life, Bantz, they'll get the bomb down. 5 alive is going to be pretty difficult to go in for Downfall. But, they didn't really invest too much into the round. Maybe Elusive just wants to save the kit and the smoke grenade. They've got no Kevlar to put into the next round either. So really just seeing what they can do together, because we know that they're going to get their weaponry in the next round, their M4s. And they'll probably, Mitch, want to get out that AWP as early as possible as well.
Now, of course, very important to get that into the hands of 2D, typically taking it towards that B site, locking down Banana, going for those aggressive peaks. He is a phenomenal AWPer. The only problem with 2D is he quite often, you know, typically they make the meme like free real estate in like other people's heads, but James has unfortunately pitched a 10 inside his own head. He's just deep in there and unfortunately doesn't let himself get out a lot of the time. So when the man is firing on all cylinders, he is arguably one of the top 10 AWPers in the Oceanic region, but a lot of the time he does fall away from that. But yeah, love him dearly.
Well, let's see what he's going to be able to do down Banana right now. If he is going to be the gatekeeper or whether or not it's just all going to crumble. Because Bantz, they do have the AKs, 3 of them. The Galil, the MAC-10, a lot of utility to play with as well. But look at this, Duty. It's over towards mid right now. Not Banana, as you would usually associate with him. But it'll be the spread defense as well as the spread offense. The slow round to come out from both of the teams right now.
And Kyson spotted the aggression already moving up to the end of the apartments, but they will hold their time, not going to over-aggress just yet. Obviously, Ruffleco, they're playing around that MAC-10, so they're going to be looking for something aggressive here, maybe a bust out of the apartments later on in the round, but for now they settle in Boiler. That's just going to be Motion, trying to see what he can find towards that B-bomb side as now Ruffleco just sort of toying with them right now. They've got brackets control, but the bomb still a while away.
And I think I heard 2D just shoot that AWP as well, so now they know exactly where it is positioned. Over towards Diggity. He will have to hold it off. He's got his teammate behind him in case. But look at the rotation it's brought from Downfall right now. 4 players so close towards the A side. Elusive now known. Ruffleco find the shot. Phenomenal entry. Now they can go over towards this B side as well. It will be on to Moop to see what he can do on the flank now. The pincer attack behind them, and he will find 2 as well. And it's sensational.
Yeah, very nicely done from Moop there to lock it down for the time being. Only the solo member going down so far for Downfall, but it is going to be a challenge to lock this down. But with that being said, the B side of Inferno can be a big challenge to retake, but they've got the utility to actually get the job done here. They're going to be able to smoke off Banana. 2D's even got the Molotov, just for good measure. But they are taking it slow, nice and methodical. Now the aggression starts to come in. Moop will be able to start to move on in, but Addict does find that initial kill. Falcon, another. Moop not quite going to be able to find that, but wow, such a well-played round there from Bantz. Addict with 2, and then Motion will be able to flow on. Yet to go down 3-0, and Bantz, they pick up 4.
Yeah, well-oiled machine always can help you. You got no faults, you got no shakiness as well. No faults for Bantz to be able to win out the first important rifle round as well. The AWP now in the hands of Motion, so see what he's going to be able to shoot through. But the pistols, you got to take them with a grain of salt, right? They can be very scary, so hopefully Bantz don't lose too many of these rifles and use their utility to its utmost capabilities.
Very nice peek. I was just waiting for that one before it did come out, but Elusive does go down nice and early. A little bit of a struggle streak so far for him, but it's not going to matter a whole lot in this eco round, of course. They do have a couple of Deagles still and the Arsenal, but Bogeyman, Moop just down with the 5.7s. They do have the Kevlar to work with, so they might be able to at least find a rifle. Addict spotted out. Moop actually does dink him, but not quite going to be able to find the shot. So it settles again, 4v5. But Brace looks like he's got his eyes on this B-bomb site.
Yeah, hopefully he can find a prize right now. You'd expect Bogeyman to push through the smoke with the P250, but he does have 2D just behind him, so maybe they want to go with the tandem play. Maybe they want to go together. It's looking like they're going to spread out. The hit coming down on the B site right now. All 5 players for Bantz. The bomb will be the indicator for the CTs to potentially just rush in through the site. They've got really nothing to lose, just looking for the damage. They know the buy is going to be here in the next round, and that 30-second timer is what they've got to play with no kits in their possession.
Yeah, look, probably out of it, but at least trying to keep the economy of Downfall, Bantz rather, honest. Trying to find as many potential kills as possible. Falcon actually having a pretty decent game so far. 2D will be whited. Moop does find that initial kill, but the main thing with the positioning of Bantz is that they can cruise out from the banana position, and doesn't look like Moop's actually going to be able to take anything away from them. We're going to slowly walk through that smoke. Brace, oh no, actually Motion getting the shot through the smoke. Not quite, maybe it just faded, but there we have it. 5 for Bantz, and this is going to be not the first full round for Downfall with weaponry, but the first really comfy looking one. So AWP for 2D. Rest of the boys have the utility, the kits, the helmets, but are they going to be able to defend against this aggression that Bantz is throwing at them left, right, and center?
Yeah, definitely more stacked up as opposed to the previous time that they had the weaponry in the server. Whether or not they're going to find an opener here, that's anyone's guess. The three-man play over towards the top of Banana. Imagine a well-placed HE grenade. That would certainly be very destructive. So the slow-paced round yet again to come out from Bantz, just making sure clearing apartments, clearing out top of a brackets, top mid. Just trying to feel out what Downfall may have deployed in this round.
So 2D still playing from that A site, sort of playing a typical route that you'd see Device use, but yet to really find a whole lot. I'm sure that will change over time again. As I always do speak about, it seems that these teams sort of around the, around the rank number 10 mark do struggle to defend on the CT side of Inferno, whereas the offense, not easier, but certainly does look like less of a challenge. So now a 4v4. The AWPers have both found, well, no, actually it was Brace that found the other, 2D with one. But now they are slowly creeping up towards B here, and they're going to be meeting with a couple of players as Bogeyman finds one.
And that's all he's going to be good for now. Unfortunately, the rotation will have to come quickly from the Downfall boys. 2D, does he go for the shot through the smoke? You would expect so. The timing, 1, 2, 3, but he's actually not going to reveal himself just yet. He's going to wait for the flank from Kyson to come on through. That'll be safeguarded by Brace, holding out Banana right now behind Sandbags. So whether or not they want to go for this, a 2 versus 3 situation to the B site, a very hard site to retake, especially with no smoke. So, in fact, going to call it. They're going to save this weaponry into the next round. And to weigh it up on the scale, Bantz, 6 rounds T side of Inferno. Yeah, we know that they probably going to find more by the shape of this game right now. But 6 rounds, nevertheless, is generally what you'd be comfortable with.
Yeah, well, look, it's a very one-sided affair so far, isn't it? Obviously, with that save, we will see the AWP go into the next round. But Bantz, they are marching away here. 6 rounds now secured, and there's not really been any point where I've gone, okay, Downfall's got this one. It's just been the Bantz show the whole way through, and I'm sure, obviously, the cheer club, the fanboys, are still likely in that chat. Welcome if you guys are, obviously. Eclipsify, Elixir. Hope you guys are doing well watching from home and you've got a nice beer to join you. But Downfall, it's their time to shine. Hopefully they are going to be able to bring something back. Another buy it, but a couple of SMGs might lead them astray.
I've always loved this boost. Whether or not we're going to see it's another story right now. 2D baiting us out. Maybe Bantz aware that it would be a possibility here. Motion was scoped in towards top mid, so he'd be ready for any peaks to come on through. We know how formidable Jeremy can be on the sniper in this game, but once more over, it will be the slow pace round yet again. Just Downfall, count their chickens before they hatch potentially if they over-rotate anywhere, as we saw in an earlier round. But yeah, it's really going to be reliant upon the utility to try and put you in the better position to start things off, where Kyson, he finds Addict, and he misses a shot.
Well, leg shot for 2D does do the damage to Motion, but now in a 3v4, finally an advantage coming through for Downfall, but the bomb still a little while away. It doesn't look like it is convinced to head over towards that site as of yet, but no, A is going to be the play, and 2D locking it down here, picks up 2, looking happy now to have that AWP in hand, locking it down from Library, and it's all on a paddy, 1v4. It's going to be a very, very tough one ahead. 30 seconds on the clock, and likely we'll find the crosshairs of 2D. Oh, okay. Very nice. Oh, okay. Go on, Pat.
Oh, he's going to get caught off guard by Elusive right now, running down mid as well. Imagine if he did just run through Speedway, expecting, that no one would be over towards there, but you can never really know if a flank's happening through, Banana or through CT there, where you already found one player. So a bit unfortunate, but good damage in the end. Will keep the money situation of Downfall, relatively scarce and relatively worrisome. They're not really going to have the big weaponry behind them on Moop. I'm waiting, I guess, to see what they're going to shuffle on through and how they're going to deploy themselves into this next round. That Bantz have enough money very comfortably. Motion can get that AWP out and back it up. But I feel like in this game, and I think you'll agree with me, it really just has been Bantz kind of going on a roll, finding everything that they need to. And in that round, Downfall, they get an opener and then they just look to hold it.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's only really this opportunity that they've been able to show us. But hopefully, during the rest of the game, there is still plenty of rounds left. Obviously, we do have up to 30. And of course, there is always overtime. We know how much that is loved in our region, especially. But the duel will not quite... Yeah, no, that's it. Don't want to jinx it. But yeah, now look, hopefully, during the rest of the game, we can see Downfall take this momentum that they've been able to pick up off the previous round. Maybe keep the economy honest, at least, of Bantz, but with 3 members sitting inside the apartments ready to aggress onto Kyson. Let's see how this round finishes up.
Wow, do you expect a pre-fire to come out from Bantz when they go to clear these angles here, or do you expect them to just rely on their utility to force back Downfall? It will push 2D back towards the site. We do see
good shot.
James, you'll find Falcon. One for Kyson as well. This is setting up Downfall very, very nicely. Sorry, the bomb is down in Kyson's domain as well. So I think, with a minute to go, Bantz probably not going to look to save their weaponry, but it is going to be very hard pressed to bring something back.
Good shot. Good shot from Motion, but 2D will hit the sidewalk and gets the little clip through the box there. All onto Rufflecoat. 1v3, handsome as ever. Whether or not he'll... Oh, my word! Okay. I was going to say whether or not he'll be able to hit the opener, but he does rip the head off the shoulders of 2D, but now having to find the additional 2. Bogeyman spotted out. James! Oh, my word! Rufflecoat! The man, the myth, the legend with the 1v3. That was beautiful.
All right, I take back what I said. To be honest, at 4 versus 2, I thought Downfall were going to get their second round there. But yeah, if you got Rufflecoat alive, you really can't take anything for granted. We just know how capable he can be. I guess you would say, is the repeated all-star player from Bantz. He's usually the one to look towards to just shake things up.
Well, let's talk personas, right? It's something that's quite commonly revered in the community about how important it is to have a personal brand and how few people actually take advantage of that. And it's becoming quite clear, especially over the last few months, watching a lot of people start the streaming grind, really trying to build that up and not realizing that they potentially should have taken advantage of that quite some time ago. But the people you think of, Rufflecoat, he's never been in a top team. He's never been... one to travel overseas and play against the best in the world, but he's just the guy that everyone knows. And I don't think there's many people that would have a single bad word to say about him. And, that just takes, I guess, months and years of really just putting yourself out there as a good human. And I'm proud of him, because not only is he a sharp player, I think a lot of people appreciate him on more of a level than that.
Yeah. Well, Moofa's taking a prize of an AK-47 right now as a little bit of misery is thrown into the mix in Banana. As you say, good trades. 2D hoping to find a bit of a prayer with this Deagle right now. 2 bullets left. 1 going to get taken down by Falcon. The bomb site plant will come down. Moot revealing position. Kyson behind him. No kits to play with in their current possession. Unsure if there was any purchased up right now, but you would be expecting Bantz to hold this off quite nicely. The reload of Rufflecoat will be heard by Kyson. He'll keep his eyes peeled over towards barbecue right now.
Yeah, sometimes the reload can actually throw them off, and they are still looking to go for this potentially, but they haven't really thrown a whole bunch of aggression out. There's the first shot. Moot will be found by Falcon, and now Kyson has to try and get out of there, but no, Falcon will take him down, and Paddy, he's having a pretty decent game. This man, he was, I think... No BM, of course, as always. I love the man dearly, but I think he had like 7 kills in the best of 3 yesterday. I have to actually look that up.
Yeah, sometimes when you go up against a really top powerhouse team, it can be daunting. It can be quite difficult to get everything rolling, especially, if you haven't had any warm-ups behind it.
It was 9. Yeah.
9, there you go.
Yeah. Look, it was the coolest thing for me from that series yesterday was like everyone on order was just going nuts. Like there was no, one player that's just sort of farming like Ali running around or Ricky doing something similar. It was just the whole team firing on all cylinders. So that's always nice. But yeah, look, it's seeming to be somewhat similar right now. I mean, Brace is having a little bit of a slow start, but you can always pull that as the IGL. But my eyes, Dion, has always actually been on Addict in this roster. You know, we know how good Ruffleco is. We know how consistent some of the rest of them can be. But Addict is the guy that was basically pulled out of LPL. It was, you know, as lots of people revere it as CGA, like, he's just come out of nowhere there. And they've just propped him into an LPLP roster, and he's doing well.
Well, they're playing with fire right now.
Don't do it.
Ruffleco doesn't want to lose his life. Taken down to 1 from the bomb. Flashbang, please. I want to see it. For those wondering what I'm referring to, a flashbang or a smoke grenade can actually eliminate a player. It can do 1 to 2 damage. So I've yet to see one in my whole casting career. Yeah. But we move on. Bantz, 1 round shy of double digits early. And you know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing 2 AWPs be brought up for Downfall right now. This is going to be really interesting to me because it's not often that you know, you can see a double AWP setup come out because it can be quite brutal, quite punishing if you do lose them out.
Yeah, worthy investment though. 1 towards A, 1 towards B. Can always be important. It looks like elusive. Eddie does have that one towards the B site, but the utility will flush Bantz, Downfall out of the B site rather, as Bantz can reposition happily up towards the top. Taking full control of Banana early on. 1:20 left on the clock, and 3 members of Downfall still stacked over towards the A site on mainly Diggity. So really allowing the control be given, and that's another thing. Downfall haven't really given much presence, and I think we saw this in the first series as well, didn't we, Dion? Like, Downfall was a little bit too fearful of taking additional control of areas on the map.
Yeah, you never really know in the comms though, but when you weigh it up,
oh,
you know,
okay,
what's happening in the map, it can get quite difficult. Elusive will get punished in the end after finding 2. Bogeyman to swing out. He'll be good for 1 as well, but it is still the man advantage for Downfall right now. It's a vulnerability for Ruffleco planting, and just like that, Moop goes to the smoke. He finds it and puts Addict in the 1 versus 2, where losing his life. Downfall, they will get another round on the board, but that wasn't from, you know, really gaining big control. That was letting Bantz come to them and then hitting their shots where they need to.
Yeah, Elusive got away with murder on a couple of those shots. One completely blinded, and did manage to at least lock that down enough time for the rotate to come through for the remainder of his team. So 2 rounds now for Downfall. Bantz still in the driver's seat, very much so, but plenty of time left in the round as Brace. Oh, he's got... Oh, no. The Bogeyman special will take him down. The Uber driver has arrived, but now it's a 4-on-4.
And there's a lot of utility to play with right now for these boys as well. So they'll be comfortable to reveal themselves, to maybe look at setting something over at B for Bantz and then rotate back over to A, you know, the old fake. But wait and see what's going to happen, because there's still over a minute on the clock right now. And when there is the possibility of time, you never really know what your opponents are going to be doing. But look at this, the aggression from Downfall. Moop's able to find 1 and escape with not only but the bombs information as well. But yeah, Ruffleco, smart boost over the wall. You'll find Moop.
Yeah, look, Moop definitely had the right idea there, but unfortunately couldn't execute. Now it's all onto Elusive. The Molotov's going to force him away, and it actually will melt him down. Now into the 2v2 retake simulator. It feels like it has been for Tootie and Kyson, but Ruffleco, he's going to tempt fate a little bit here by spraying through the smoke, and unfortunately that will lead to his demise.
That's going to be things a little bit difficult for Motion right now. And AWP, you know, only has 1 shot before he is vulnerable. The stacked lineup from Kyson through spawn, he'll just be comfy holding that. It's going to be 2D through the smoke that will actually get a leg onto Motion. Of course, 2D won't know that that has connected there, but you know, how does Jeremy play around this right now? He needs to bring it into the 2 1v1 battles. And now that the information is known that no one's really coming out of ruined doors, he will start to shake up a bit.
Good trade. Good trade, though. Motion does get the quick scope onto 2D, but Kyson moves as a unit. So there we go. Downfall. At least they have been able to claim something back, you know, in a situation where it looked like it was all going to be the Bantz show. And whilst it still is, Ruffleco 19-5. Just to bring that out, and how clear it is that this man is just an absolute machine on Inferno. So Downfall with 3 in hand. They are not looking down the barrel of the best buy out there, whereas the Bantz boys, they got plenty of money to work with. Pat definitely has been winning some on the pokies. But now Motion will be forced off with that Molotov.
And he's going to be taken out by a well-placed HE grenade as well. That is certainly punishing. But, you know, it's going to be Brace to try and justify a trade right now. Bogeyman taken down as well. And they will secure positioning over towards Banana. Even information now that Brace has seen Bogeyman spot back towards CT. How far forward does he choose to walk into the site right now? He's getting very close to this CT cross. Elusive will spot him out. They will... Actually, I thought Elusive was going to win that duel there. But well done for Brace. They can start to clear out the site. And they can just mosey their way in.
Yeah, not bad. Very well done by Brace, the IGL of the team. Does manage to take control of that B-bomb side, allowing the plant to come through. And that's actually a nice kill through the smoke onto Falcon, meaning that Downfall may very well want to go for this. They will likely be in a position where they're unable to buy into the next, but should be able to buy for the final round of the half. So they are going to definitely try their mettle here.
And look at Bogeyman, he's going to go through, Brace up on top of the yellow boxes. He sees so many bodies. He has to reload as himself and Attic both find a pick. Hiding 2 in dark right now. Surely Moot doesn't expect this as he swings on through. He'll get traded out as well. Now it's just James, and he'll want to survive with this AWP. There's no time left. There's no utility. Bodies will be found, but it will be double digits for Bantz. Ruffleco going to fall to the bomb.
Oh, man.
With the
that
win.
brings Ruffleco up to 20 kills, by the way, now. 20 and 5 is a phenomenal position here. 2D will be sitting there only with the AWP. And this is what we call the old hero AWP, isn't it, Dion? Not always when it's sort of, oh, okay, never mind. I'm a liar. It's actually not the hero AWP. They've actually gone for the Force instead, which is interesting because they would have had a comfy buy into the 15th round of the half, but we will see.
And it's a strange one too, right? Because Bogeyman hasn't purchased. 2D's still sitting around 3k. He'd have a real comfy purchase even if he does lose his life in this round. He could glass cannon AWP in the next one. Lost bonus though. Math doesn't really compute too quickly in my head. Maybe he could put armor behind it. I think he very well may be able to. But I digress. The point is, it is very interesting to see a bit of a force up right now because as you do say, they'd have much more powerful weaponry in the next round if they did save.
Might be a little bit out. Obviously, the mental game inside the server of Counter-Strike is a massively, massively important one. Super, super crucial to have everyone in the same boat. But now, 2D, this is where it does begin. And how? No, James. All right, James 1, Ruffleco, James 2, 2D, okay?
Man, just the frags that he's been finding, he's just superior right now. He's just, everything's connecting for him. Look at that, the corner of the smoke. He finds Elusive, bomb goes down. This round is going over to Bantz. We're, you know, going to go into the last round where there's not going to be the greatest weaponry for Downfall. But my word, man, they just wait for a smoke to fade out. You'd expect 2D to hit the shot on the AWP, and Ruffleco just shoots a couple bullets, and that's the B-side.
What do they do? What do they do here? That's basically the question, is it? They're not going to be able to recover the AWP. They might not even be able to save these weapons, to be quite honest with you. I mean, it's probably not going to be wise for Bantz to try and over-aggress. You know, they've all got less than a K in the bank. So losing the weapons and being forced to rebuy probably won't be too wise. But now the bell indeed will be rung. Where's David? Coaching
I'm
Avant.
pondering the question that you just asked. What do they do? Well, if they lose this one here, they have to get things rolling on their T side, because if they don't win, you know, maybe at least the pistol, that's a couple rounds going over to Bantz. Maybe they do just have to shove their mindset 6 feet under in this game and look forward to overpass.
Pretty much. And I mean, look, Downfall, very, very vested in overpass. We did see them put up some good numbers in the very opening series. They did face off. Actually going to have to remember who that one was against. It was only a couple of weeks ago now, but a little while back. That was Rooster, that's right. And the map of it, Overpass, was actually a very, very close one in the end. 16-13, Rooster was able to lead the charge, but as we know, Chelios and Nedic, always insane. And when you're going into the, I guess you consider, you know, Rooster slightly only ahead of Paradox as the hard favourites in this tournament. So a struggle on the opener, but that opening shot there is not a struggle for 2D.
Bogeyman will be allowed to waltz back towards the B site as well. Call for a bit of assistance. With 45 seconds to go, Bantz, they're going to look to set up to the A site, but if they don't find the opener here, you know, it is going to possibly be a bit of a struggle unless we see Ruffleco just, you know, do Ruffleco things. There is the lesser weaponry for Downfall right now. The thing is, there's no utility. They're going to be relying on these rifles right now, or rather the submachine gun. The UMP of Kyson finds 3, and that is massive. This half, Downfall, they are going to be afforded another round unless Motion can bring out a stellar 1 versus 5. 1 bullet out onto Moot, but a lot of angles to still clear.
Almost going for the vertical shot, but Elusive will be able to take him down. So Downfall bringing a little bit of life to the half here of Inferno. The first one will be cleared now, 4-11. So moving on to the T side. And again, what it typically has felt like lately, the lesser challenging side. So you never know. Be interesting to see how the rest of the half does go through. But my word, Ruffleco, again, as I've brought it up once more, 22-6. A phenomenal result from the young man so far. I still remember playing with him. This is, we almost remember the Bizarre roster that we almost beat them on Inferno. It was like 21-23 or something.
Yeah.
And that was because Ruffleco had 40 kills.
Yeah, Inferno and Overpass, right? We're going to be seeing tonight. Yeah, I remember that.
Yep.
The thing that's stuck in my head is the where you're looking at Shortwater there, Mitch. You just had no idea where you get the shot
do
from.
it, man. There was context behind it. Hey,
Well,
I remember getting a 1v3 to...
mate. Oh. Done.
So 3v2. Are they going to be able to lock it down here? Bantz. Addict is low motion, fully healthy, but Addict moves on in. Elusive goes for the drive-by and will be able to take down 3 happily there with the Sail music kit. I don't want to shout that. I think I might scare a few people at home.
Cats be thinking, what?
Don't expose me for being a man who lives alone with 2 cats. Come on, man. Don't do me like that.
Hey, I just said the cats. I didn't mention anything about there might be people. That's you bringing it up there. That's
Dude.
your own undoing, mate.
Imagine having a lady friend of mine tag me in a post that said, men who own cats are much less likely to find dates. I was like, bruh, don't do me like that, man.
Well, 2D doesn't want to be
True
done
though.
like that in the server right now. Braces Kobe to end him out. So it is the man advantage for Bantz, of course, just losing out the pistol. They have chosen to force up into this round and see what damage they can do with the pistols, the Scout, and the MAC-10 that now Brace has in his possession as well. Maybe relying on Elusive on the AK-47 to do something. But look at this. They're walking into the 3-man stack that is Bantz at A with the flank of Falcon coming through late through Banana as well. So I still feel like this is going to be a bit difficult for Downfall, though Kyson will help things out in finding Brace.
Locking it down quite well here in this eco round as Motion to find it. You mentioned it earlier, obviously, the second round is typically harder than the first. You know, you find the pistol, but then being able to lock it down is always a challenge, and it's proven to be true again as Bantz. They're going to be able to pick up the 12th here. Downfall sitting at 5, and they are going to go for the force back in here. Elusive will actually pick up some extra. There we go. So the full force to come out. Looks like Downfall. I'm not going to say that they're done, but they're certainly ready to wipe this one away and go to overpass if necessary.
Yeah, well, it may be in the back of their minds. It may even be in the forefront. We never know. They're still in this one here, though, Inferno, until Bantz or, Downfall come back and we wait for the win to be concluded. Falcon for now. And we'll start off by finding Moop. And you know what's a bit saddening in this situation? Downfall have gone for the full force up, and they're just getting a bit, destroyed, picked off one by one.
What else can you do? Sort of just seems that they're all pretty keen to try and find what they can, but Motion is looking quick tonight. Clearly has eaten his Wheat Bix this morning. 2D is able to at least find one back. The AK will be recovered, does have the Kevlar to support it as well. Likely should send it over to Kyson, but nah, look, when you got the distance, doesn't matter if you got a little bit of extra HP. The AK can go into the hands of the low HP. The one-shot headshot, of course, With 40 seconds remaining, what are they going to be able to do here?
Well, Falcon for 4 in the round as it does conclude in the end. Big old eco frags coming from Paddy there, but that's going to be the 13th round for Bantz. There's going to be no money for Downfall to force up here. So, you know, as we do look onto the future in this map, Bantz will most likely align themselves to the 14th round. After that, Downfall will need to bring it back, you know, if they want to win in regulation. Otherwise, if they don't, it's either overtime or it is over to overpass. It's going to be a very big struggle, I feel. You know, money's starting to build themselves up for Bantz. They've got so many rounds of padding. They've got the momentum behind them. And yeah, it's just all working for Bantz in this matchup right now.
Absolutely, and in the full eco here, Motion can line them up, farm them down. Moop will be able to at least find the Glock shot, but that's all she wrote here. Not a whole lot to pick up with it, as well as Brace does pick up one, and it will be the second as well. Able to hold firmly there. And Brace to live on as well. So it looks like the rest of the members of Bantz have actually somewhat caught up to the Roffelco train here a little bit, but
yeah,
with only 2 rounds remaining is all that they need. Yeah, it's definitely because like Falcon, he was always doing all right. So was Motion, but Addict and Brace were having a bit of a slow one. But now that we swapped over, they've been doing really well.
Roffelco Seaside player confirmed.
Okay, good start here. Very, very nicely done. Motion, Roffelco, and Brace all to go down. Falcon though does arrive at the right time. Going to be able to lock that down, and a second kill for Pat. Now they do start to run up over towards that A site though, and Paddy, he's going to be holding that W key down like he knows best, chasing the bag. But Kyson, sitting inside second mid, might be able to lock that one down. Whether or not Pat will actually go for that clean, he will find it. And all of a sudden, no, if Pat wins this, I will lose my mind. If he wins this, I will kiss him on the mouth.
From a 4K to an ace, though, he'll try to one-up himself. He'll be taken down to 16 HP. Big damage, but it's the AWP of 2D that may do him undone. But Moop will find it. So, I guess a well-placed effort from Falcon in that round, but they still do, of course, have the money behind themselves right now to get the weaponry that was lost. And I guess even a little bit of an upgrade, considering there was the FAMAS still in the play and everything. So, we'll see what Bantz are going to do here, but more importantly, let's hope that Downfall can start to get a string of rounds under their belt. If they want to look more, you know, in this matchup right now, and, you know, I say in this matchup, they are, of course, putting up their best potential right now, but Bantz, you know, they're just seemingly undoing them most of the time.
Nah, for sure, and now Elusive finds the entry, and actually a very nice shot. Was that the Mac 10? I think it was. The double dink onto the CT member, yeah. Brace now going for the aggression, the flashbang. It's a great one, and he does actually manage to get away with his life as well. Very nicely done. The team synergy is there, and that's what I mean. You know what? One thing that we didn't really see from Downfall was trying to re-establish control of those positions on the map, and we're seeing that exactly from Bantz. There's, not quite. That was almost another kill there from Brace, but Elusive is going to be quite low. Motion re-aggressing.
Yeah, this is really interesting right now. He'll miss a shot as well. He has to fall back. I was anticipating the swing to come out from Elusive almost instantly. Would have punished Motion for being ambitious enough to go for that repeat. Down to 4 HP. Have to fall back yet again and call for some assistance from his teammates right now if they do want to go for it. You know, the money that they had in the last round, they don't have it in this round. It's all invested into the weaponry, the utility, the kit, the armor. So we'll see, you know, if they're going to be afforded the save right now. You'd probably expect so. Downfall don't have the money really behind themselves to just throw these weapons away. So another round will be found by Downfall quite nicely. But yeah, I do agree with you. You know, Bantz there, you know, making sure if they do lose a little bit of control, that they are trying to fight back for it and I guess force Downfall where they want them to go.
Forcing them into the right place, though, it would seem, over the last couple of rounds. So living on with 4. And Bantz, I mean, look, they've still got a long way to go, Downfall. You know, Bantz shouldn't be sweating anytime soon. They've got the AWP. They've got the couple of M4s. They will be able to reinvest in here. Whether or not they actually want to a whole bunch, though, no, it doesn't appear that they will Looks like they're just going to go for the pistol drops and everything along those lines. Brace, happy to sit with just the P250 and the flashbang. Motion has reinvested a little bit, but the rest of them, no, they're happy to sit as it is. And they'll have a full buy into the next round as well. So Bantz still well ahead of the curve. They just need to settle and continue to lock it down.
Well, that's exactly it, isn't it? They've got time, they've got cushioning, comfortably able to just lay back a little bit in what weaponry they have, because they know in a few rounds time that they will have the top weaponry right now. It's all about the damage potential they can do right now, I guess, to keep Downfall honest. And maybe we will see utility thrown from Downfall later on, but they do have a lot of utility to play with. As I say that, a lot of it's actually being utilized to clear out towards Banana, and you know, the little utility we saw Bantz go into this round with, they've still got it.
Addict and Brace doing well, locking it down here, and there's the shot from Motion. This could be a very naughty round coming out from Bantz. And Jeremy actually gets the leg shot as well onto Elusive. Now in the 2v5. Going to be a massive, massive challenge here. 2D, a lot of this round is going to be relying on him. And now the rotate starts to come through for the Bantz boys. Happy to just wait inside construction for the remainder of the team to join the party now. But there we go, an opening from 2D. Can he bring it through?
Well, Addict does have a HE grenade. Unfortunate for him, he is stuck in towards spawn right now. 2D misses the timing on the flashbang, which is unfortunate. He loses.
Elusive
lines up too. But that'll be it. That'll be done. That'll be the 15th round now over to Bantz. It kind of, you know, throws you up a little bit when you see 2 quick kills there. You think, oh, can he do it? Can he do it? But Bantz already there for the trade, and you know, a bit unfortunate that he was taken down so low earlier in the round. You know, no time for 2D to exchange weapons with Elusive to offset the HP with that AWP. But I digress. This could be the last round in this matchup here. If Bantz win it, they have secured overtime no matter what.
So the double up setup here for Bantz. Motion, Brace. Going to be locking it down here. This will be the final round of the matchup, of course. Then we will be moving on to Overpass shortly after, if that does occur. Obviously, still time will tell. Bogeyman is the man with the Mac 10 here, so the slightly lesser weaponry. The nade doesn't hit anything from Falcon, but still with a minute 20 left on the clock. Not a whole lot of control established by Downfall towards that A site, mainly just aggression towards B. And it's actually, Brace on the AWP, the secondary, holding it down here. Roffelco, so they've actually swapped members on each of the sites.
And Addict, the one that you've been keeping a keen eye on, will be the one to start off this round. Half HP exchanged in the duel, but they will be happy. They've got 1 leg up in this round right now. The stack for Downfall over towards the B side. Here comes the execution. Brace on the AWP is good for 1 to start things off. Roffelco as well. They're just picking them apart 1 at a time. Bogeyman just brace off guard. This may be workable. They need to get the bomb down, however, because if they wait and they justify, or allow rather, time for the CTs to get in through ruins, could have denied the bomb. But it goes down. Now they have to hold it off.
Yeah, 2D again. This time has the AK instead of the AWP, and Bogeyman in a good position to lock it down once more. The utility starts to get sent over towards Banana, but nobody home there, of course. It will just be the back of the site, and there we go. 3 for Bogeyman. Make it a 4. Anish, have you got the 5K in you, my man? Popping a shot towards construction, but the final man being Addict will be sitting in CT, and that is a phenomenal round. And I think, has Addict DC'd?
Maybe.
I think he might have. I heard something in the chat.
I think he might have, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
BL.
Yep, there it goes. The disconnection from the server in the last round. What can you really do, though? You know? A disconnection's a disconnection. If it's internet, if it's a power outage, I mean, fixable, but it'll take a little bit of time. Very well placed from Bogeyman to find those AWP shots.
Yeah, look, it was an impressive round from Bogeyman in the end, to find the 2 entries with the MAC-10. He's had a pretty quiet game so far on the map of Inferno, but to be able to find those great shots as well with the AWP at the end to close it out, was certain that he was going to find the ace as well if Attic did not DC. But again, as you mentioned, of course, these things happen. It's never going to be a perfect world, unfortunately. When you've got 10 players across all of the countries, obviously, across all of Australia, New Zealand, trying to get it all done together. So we'll surely have that fixed up in a minute. But, this is looking like it's going to be a Bantz game. 15-8 now is the scoreline. And all they need, of course, is the one more round. But it's going to be Overpass, where I think they might be have their strength tested a little bit.
Yeah, Downfall will pick it for a reason. As you did say earlier on, 16-13 against Rooster, which, against Paradox, they're unarguably the top contenders in the LPL season right now, but we'll have to wait and see how that's going to progress next week. But yeah, coming into Overpass, Bantz will be tested more. My predictions, though, because we didn't actually get up to our predictions, we went straight into the first one. I still do believe that we're going to see a 2-0 tonight, but I do think that it's going to be close in Overpass.
Okay, yeah, sure. No, look, I can completely agree with you there. I suppose the main thing is, even if you are going into a map which is less a favorite of yours, if you win out the first one in such strong fashion, which I guess, Downfall's actually managed to bring it back a little bit, but some of the rounds that we've seen Bantz pull off, it would be very surprising to see this one even come close to overtime. So it's been very, very cool to watch Bantz do so well in this opening map. But yeah, they're moving into Overpass. They need to keep the momentum going. They will obviously be starting on the CT side of that map. But yeah, look, I guess for the rest of this one right now, whilst we wait for Attic to get back into the server, do you think it's a possibility for Downfall to be able to bring their way back into this?
I think that they might get double digits in this one, but I still think Bantz are going to be able to close it out. To be perfectly honest with you, it's going to be the eco status right now. HE grenades may suggest a bit of an airstrike to come through either mid or banana. But yeah, I think Downfall have double digits in them.
Let's see it. Now is the opportunity to do so as the utility does head down mid, and no, 2D. It is this. Oh, man, I feel bad for this guy. They've got the bomb too. No, dude. No, surely not. Oh, man, you love to see it. You absolutely love to see it. That was a pug round, if you ever want to call it. So for anyone at home that doesn't understand what I mean by that, it was basically just, yes, we rushed down mid with grenades holding W. But look, they did it with gusto. They did it, in full synergy. And they were able to take down that round very, very nicely. They had to hit some great shots throughout the course of it once they managed to pick up those weapons down bottom mid. But there we have it. Map number 1 will go the way of Bantz, 16-8. And we will be going over to Overpass with the 1-0 advantage to Bantz.
Yep, very well done. And yeah, completely was not expecting that to be the turnout of that round. In all honesty, there, as a unit on the defensive side, it's, I guess, the way to do it, holding W there. But, their map pick, they'll be happy to take that one through. Over to Overpass, I expect it to be a close one. I really do. But, anything can really happen because, Downfall bringing it close to Rooster, maybe they can take it out.
No, for sure. 13 rounds against a team like Rooster. But I think the whole thing with that one is they made a fair few pretty critical mistakes as well. It was, not the amazing plays from Rooster that really, really took that through. Obviously a phenomenal team, but, they were playing with their sub. They were playing with JHD, who didn't have the most stellar of games, and Downfall still wasn't able to bring it through there. But I've got the previous results up next to me. So, yeah, across the board, it was a bit surprising. Bogeyman sort of was the only man that sat at the consistent sort of middle ground, but we saw Rooster take them down on Inferno 16-6. So guess that's pretty much what we've witnessed right now. So whether or not we're actually going to be seeing a similar sort of matchup, which would actually, again, catch me quite by surprise, because I would have been thinking, yes, Bantz is the favorite here, but Downfall certainly had a chance at bringing this series through, no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you. I thought that we were going to be seeing, very close maps, along your 16-12, 16-13 and everything. The potential probably to go into the third map here does too. But after seeing, I guess, the one-sided affair from Bantz in the beginning of that match, in all honesty, a little bit shaky towards the end, they still get it done nevertheless. I do think that it's going to be a 2-0 for them. But, if we do see the individual players step up from downfall going over to overpass, AWP fluidity coming out from 2D, if we see Bogeyman on the rifle just shooting up as well, I think it will be close and it could potentially go their way. You never really know, right? It's up in the air.
Nah, for sure. But the main thing, I suppose, about a map like Overpass is that there is much more versatility. You can take control so much more regularly of some of those CT-sided parts of the map, on the CT side, rather, where, you can take short water control, you can take connector control, mid-aggression, long aggression. There's so many different parts of the map that you can really light up, throughout the course of the match. And I really, really want to see that from the side of Downfall. They were a little bit cautious on Inferno. I'm not going to say scared, because clearly they're a team that can win out a map like Inferno. They definitely had their signs that they showed, but they were unable to sort of lock it down and defend from the way that Bantz was throwing it at them. But on a map like Overpass, it sort of punishes you for playing passive. You play passive where required, but if all of a sudden you give so much of the map away, obviously it's a 2-story site, very similar to Nuke. If you just basically give it all up, yes, you can rotate from one side to the other fast, but if you're flushed out and you're stuck towards, your bank and you jump up and everything like that, or towards maze on the B side, it's a very, very challenging way to try and get back into the site.
And it's a very long rotation as well if you don't have control over towards maze, you bank and you jump up as well, because you got to go all the way down through connector and everything, and that takes a substantial amount of time, especially if the bombs planted. You're just wasting 15-20 seconds just trying to get your members into the site, and it's just you got really no chance to get into it unless you find some crispy headshots. You just save your weaponry. So I think, look, we'll always be looking at the AWPs to do some great damage. We'll be looking at the rifles as well. The thing when it comes to Overpass for me, I've seen a lot of pistol rounds go the way of teams when it comes to Overpass. The stacks, the rushes into B with the well-placed utility, just, completely demolishing the weaponry, the rifles. It is really cool. And I think that, if I don't see one of them tonight, I think I'll be a little bit upset.
Yeah, look, now we'll have to see with how it all goes down. But, there's always going to be exciting plays coming out from the side of Bantz. They'll all be making a call that's like, on a round where it's an eco or something like that. They're all going to be G'ing each other up. They're all going to be giggling and having a good time about it. I've spoken about it plenty of times, the fact that I was able to play with these guys for a little while. And they're just an exciting bunch of guys. And when they finally said that, like, nah, we're going to sit back and we're actually going to take it a bit more seriously now, that doesn't mean that you have to sort of disregard any thought of, having fun. I guess that's the main point of this game. It's not meant to be a drag. It's not meant to be something that's forced. It's meant to be something that you enjoy day in, day out. You come home, you do your prac, you do your personal stuff. But at the end of the day, you're playing with 4 other people that you just enjoy their company. It doesn't always have to be strictly business. It's the point of the game is to still love the game. And it's Bantz that I think of, a roster that really, really, capitalizes that thought.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Like, the original foundations of Bantz, a group of friends that wanted to play the game, see what could do, and now they've turned it into a formidable team that we associate, playing in those top leagues and stuff as well. You got Tham, who's been in the renditions of this team and the other leagues because, admin man of this one, we put props out, all the boys, all the people behind the broadcast that you don't really get to see. Big thank you to all of you guys. But yeah, Tham on this roster is a well looked at member as well. So bunch of friends that go together and play the game, and now look what they've turned it into. It's a really cool backstory for them.
Yeah, well, what was the old roster? The old Mark and Larry. But another point to touch on, as we know, obviously Tham, the admin, puts in so much work behind the scenes, for so many different competitions, not just this one as well. He's a very revered member of the community for holding the back from that toxicity. So he always does really well. But a big shout as well, again, to our sponsors, of course, Western Digital Black, Conker Monitors, the New Zealand Defence Force, and of course Vodafone. So if it wasn't for those guys, of course we wouldn't be having a fantastic broadcast like we do, because Dion, as we know, we were on 7 Mate last night, which I can't say there's many casters in our region that can ever say that I've been on national free-to-air television.
Yeah, no, I got a bit of a sob story that I posted on Twitter earlier today. I took a shower, as I do before starting work and everything. I went out to the kitchen to make a coffee, and I'm hearing my voice. I'm like, what the heck? My mum just had it up on the TV watching it this morning, and man, like, holy crap.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. Hey, like so many people around would have that thing where it's like, where can we watch you or something like that. It's like, oh, Twitch. What's Twitch? We don't know what this is. But say it's like it's on Channel 7. They're like, huh? What? Like as if this is actually happening. Yeah. So it's a very, very cool feeling. So it's a bit of an honor to be, not only working alongside the Let's Play Live team, but doing well for the banner as well, which is really, really sick. So super stoked that that's all going through. But of course, we wouldn't have that if it wasn't for these teams. So not too far away from map number 2 being Overpass. I guess we can quickly then talk about, what we'd expect this very map, the scoreline to be. We obviously didn't get to do our predictions properly. We've said 2-0 in favor of Bantz, but I guess now we could actually break down what a possible map score could be.
There's a bit of a stigma around, when I'm on my own channel doing the cast that I'm not to toot my own horn. I get a lot of predictions correct, whether it be the scoreline exactly or like one round off. It's really, really funny. So I guess there's high stakes in my prediction right now, and I'll get yelled at if I'm wrong.
Yep.
So let's say Bantz 16-11 is what I feel.
All right. Lock it in. I'm going to say 16-13 in favor of Bantz, just to run it through the way that it did. But look, with that being said, as we know, Downfall, a great team. We think that they can take it through, but are they going to be able to do it here on the orange map of Overpass?
My favorite map, my favorite color there, Mitch. I like that sentence coming out from you, but better yet, I like the frags coming out from Ruffleco, because they're already in the round, and that's just, allowed an opportunity up to the A site, but it is going to be a bit hard pressed to hold off this bomb and even maybe just get it planted safely.
Yeah, well, that's 3 kills from Ruffleco already. I mean, as you mentioned, they get the bomb plant down on the site. Kyson and 2D, the dynamic duo here. Will be a nice swing. Kyson looking good here with 2. Looking to find that 3rd as well, as Addict does swing on in, but 2D will put it into a one-on-one here. The kit isn't in the hands of Ruffleco. And as a quick bit of movement does come up, he will tap onto that bomb, but 2D surely going to go for the peak. Will Ruffleco be able to find it? No, he won't. Ooh. 2D gets the job done, and that's a solid result from Downfall.
Yeah, you'd expect in a 4 versus 2 situation that, Bantz wait for the bomb to go down and then go in for the retake as a whole team. But I guess big props to Kyson to force the issue there, to just peek out through bank, a great wide swing, a second one found, and 2D there to get the trade where necessary as well. So really well played for Downfall after a shaky start in that round, but we look to the new one. Bantz are forced up, which you tends to expect. The scouts here, there's a lot of utility behind the pistols and the single MP9 of Ruffleco as well, though no kit.
No, they did really, really well there to find the kills early on, but then for Downfall to react correctly, they fell away. They then aggressed into the bank positions, going for the over-aggressive sort of push position, taking control, and it paid off for them. They did well there in motion. He's going to be starting it off nicely on this second round in the force buyback, taking their head off of Bogeyman with the scout. But the Deagles, again, as we speak about, we know how strong and deadly that they can be. And with Addict all the way up long, might be a bit of a tough round for Downfall to get back into.
Yeah, well, a lot of time still on the clock. They can rotate over towards B if they want, but they are a bit invested up towards A. You do look to Addict on this flank. Maybe he just wants to jiggle peek over to Fountain. Maybe he just wants to get a little bit of the information that they have left the scene right now, and then it'll be anyone's guess. Are they going down to B or sticking around the bathrooms to A? We know exactly with the radar being here, but look at this from Addict. He's getting up very close. Imagine if he finds Kyson on the run through a deagle shot. He doesn't get the headshot, but he finds it. Now things are going to get a little bit hairy over on the side of A.
Yeah, dicey as it is, the classic Bantz special. There we have it. A very, very nice 3K coming out from motion there. The armorless scout getting the job done, and that is exactly what you like to see from the second round of the map. So Bantz tying it up 1-1. and that puts Downfall, unfortunately, in a very, very uncomfortable situation. And, you know, when it's only the force bite of the pistols, you're typically going to expect something towards the B-bomb side.
If an AWP without armor is a glass cannon, what's a scout without armor?
What's something smaller than a cannon? Just like...
I know something that's very much bigger, but it's like weaker, like trebuchet or something, you know? Just takes a very long time to kind of wind up and find a frag.
Oh man, we'll have to think of that. Note that down. Note that down for next time. We need a armorless scout. We need a name for it. But taking their time, you know, not looking to over-aggress anytime soon. They are happy to leave Elusive up in the flowers, but the rest of the members will be heading back over towards that B-bomb side out of the connector door. Rufflecoat going to be heading up towards the defense on this B site, so it's going to be a challenge to lock it down regardless of who you are. Rufflecoat does the damage early on. We'll be able to find it, and a dink onto another as well. Elusive, very, very low. Rufflecoat's going to go for the swing. Falcon is there as well, but maybe a little bit too much there. Kyson will be able to find it, but now Falcon dropping Kyson. 2 kills for him. 3 actually in the round for Pat. And there we go. Bantz with 2. Downfall, the force buyback is unsuccessful, and now that does mean that unfortunately, they're going to have to save their pennies to be able to buy up something special into the next round. So this will likely be 3 here for Bantz.
Yeah, well, we've seen what pistols can do in this series so far in that first map, of course. So maybe Downfall do have a little bit of sneakiness for the Glock train that's going to go in towards the B site right now. The deep smoke will keep them from rushing straight on through. The flames as well. They're just, you know, gonna set things up nice and slowly. The HE grenade is going to do a world of damage though. Look at that. Brace even finds one through the wall. Absolutely superb. But Rufflecoat, he gets overwhelmed by the pistol. He'll lose his life. But you know, Brace is just here for the cleanup with Falcon. Bit of a full house between those two. Bantz 3, as you did say, but Downfall, now they've got their AKs.
They have indeed. So this is the time where they need to basically start the snowball. You know, they've let it go for a little while now, but ultimately they will be able to at least find their way back in slowly but surely. So with those AKs, it is really the first sort of sign of life on a T side. Dropping into connector will be Moop, just trying to get that Molotov down, and the rest of the members will be heading slowly towards A with a little bit of short control thrown in, and Brace will be the first man to get caught off. Addict also taking a fair bit of damage, and this is a very, very nice and powerful start coming out from Downfall, as Addict will go down as well.
Yeah, we're going to have to rely on motion, getting a couple of hero shots with the AWP right now. That is a superb shot onto Bogey, man. Elusive's going to be setting up some utility to Downfall just hold at bay. Do they apply the brakes and look to reverse on through towards the B site? It might be the optimal choice right now. It is only Falcon on the site. He may get caught out in no man's land as well. Utility going down. Kyson may permit him to walk through the monster tunnel, but a minute on the clock.
It left indeed, ticking down the time. So Downfall again, as we spoke about, with that single man advantage. Are they going to be able to find their way up towards this A site? So Motion with the AWP looking to lock it down firmly. Rufflecoat is still alive as well. But now this is where the flashbang comes up. Motion popping the first. Will he be able to hit the second? Yes, he will. A stellar defense here up on the A site. And now not even over peaking either. Going to be locking it down slowly. Will he find the third? Of course he will. Jeremy looking to find the 4K as he swings around, spotting out the shoulder of Kyson. Surely you just give it to him at this point. Not quite, but Kyson will be able to find the shot. Rufflecoat to finish it up. But that is an excellent hold from Motion on the A-bomb side. So what do we see now after the position where Motion was able to lock that down? Again, it's always nice to see a team that's able to really sort of keep their composure. You know, when you're on a 3K a lot of the time, you always want to over-peak, always want to over-aggress and sort of try and see what you can do, go for the clip, as other people would say it. But now looks like Falcon will be joining the party on the other side, and he's off the smoke. That is excellent from Paddy Boy. Very nicely done from Falcon. Rufflecoat to find at least one. Moop, though, in a 1v5. Not really a whole lot he can do here. But he will at least find one nice shot there.
And a 4K to end
actually.
it for Falcon as well, padding up the stats. Very good work done there. But, you know, the weaponry will be back for Downfall, all the utility to play with. And I got to say, we haven't really seen Downfall go for a full execute yet. I feel like this is going to be the time.
Definitely the time. So taking control of Connector here will be Brace. The aggression through mid once more, though. 2D is going to be taking a lot of early damage. Sometimes it can be tough to flood out of that A main position, but Moop, he's going to at least find one. And Addict tagged up as well. Poor Addict certainly having a little bit of extra love on this fella. He's getting caught out left, right, and center, unfortunately, but able to sort of mosey on for a little while longer. So still the man advantage for Downfall, but Bantz, you know, 5-1 so early on as Ruffleco looks for Kyson, but Kyson is certainly one of the sharper people in this tournament right now, that's for sure, and he's going to be able to find that kill to defend.
Yeah, look how much damage has been done to Downfall right now. If they don't get some headshots or rely on Bogeyman and Elusive to at least open up something in towards this site here, maybe a little bit difficult to get back into it. The forward position right now for Motion, though, is a little bit unfortunate, and he will get his head ripped off by Bogeyman as well, making things extra more difficult for Addict on the site right now. He might have gotten the timing. How does that bullet connect onto 2D? Oh, Bogeyman now as well. It's going to be on a Falcon. He's probably going to save it. Look how low they are, though.
Well, imagine if he knew, man. Like, I'm sure he probably does, but whether or not he actually wants to go for this, there is a possibility, as always, when every single member is only basically one body shot away, but, you know, it can be a challenge. So Paddy is just going to try and lock it down, chilling for a little while longer. But Downfall, they find their second here on Overpass. And again, on the T side, you know, we speak about sided maps, basically. You know, it's quite a common thing. It depends on the state of the meta and everything like that. In the early stages of, I can't really comment on 1.6 so much, but definitely like along the lines of, you know, early CSGO and everything like that. It was always a CT-sided affair. You know, defensive was the much easier route. But as the game has progressed and come along and strategy has changed, the offense can certainly be the, you know, beneficial side. And I guess you see it more in Australia. You know, we've got a lot of people that like to hold that W key down, and there's a bit less tact. You know, we still got strategy, we've still got it all, but that's pretty much why you see, you know, the likes of your Renegades, your Orders, your Avants looking quite a percentage and margin stronger than some of these newer teams on that CT side. But anyway, a leg shot from Motion. Bogeyman to be taken quite low, but they'll march out long.
Just watch him to be the one to creep out from underneath you, though. 16 HP, get a headshot like we've seen previously. I'll wait for it to be spooky right now. Motion in front of the smoke, though. A little bit ambitious. You'll get a lot of info. There's nothing really too happening over towards long, but now that he's found Elusive and the call is there that there's extra bullets being shot, maybe they do draw a rotation up through Maze. Braces starting to rotate over towards A as well, but there's still over a minute on the clock to play with, and 2D actually getting the eventual trade on to Motion will help the case of Downfall try and accumulate more rounds on this T side right now, but great shot from Addict.
Yeah, Addict looking to lock it down here. A nice defense there as the remaining members of Downfall do try to march their way up long slowly. We've got one member still inside Connector, but unfortunately with not exactly the most health in store between all of these members, you know, Bogeyman being taken low from that leg shot earlier on in the round. Addict can actually regress into the bathrooms, and this is that control we talk about, you know, locking down the initial positions. I mean, Addict will get punished, but he's done so much damage onto Kyson that it's going to be a tough 3 versus 3 regardless.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any gap in the corner of this smoke as well. Do they go for the boost over the wall? Will 2D be aware of it? He is the only one with HP right now, but they've revealed themselves a little bit too early. That's going to funnel them over through Bank with the flank coming out from Falcon as well. He'll be punished by 2D. Things working for Downfall right now, but just 2D expect a boost. They're making a little bit of noise. They've got no utility to work with. They need to clear these angles, and now that the boost does go up on top, they know exactly that both of the Bantz boys are on this site right now, but they're going to have to call it once again. 2 members this time, very low for Downfall, but a well-vested round for them nevertheless.
Well done. Now impressed? We'll be managing to take a third here, Downfall. So a good position to leave themselves in, you know, as we mentioned about sides, you know, obviously the map of Overpass, like kind of 50-50, I guess you could say, you know, so Downfall getting as many as possible on this T side. And in the position that we see ahead now, Bantz, you know, they're only on an eco here. Obviously, they've got the saved weapons around Ruffleco and Brace. So it's certainly a winnable round. We can call it that. But, you know, it's going to be a tough one regardless to lock it down.
Nah, that's exactly right. And they can't catch Downfall off guard this time like they did previously on Inferno. But as we do surmise right now, the pistols are all down for the count. It's going to be on a Ruffleco to do nothing anymore. There's going to be a Brace on the AWP, and with, you know, a minute 20, it's going to be a bit too difficult to survive with the weapon, you would maybe say.
Brace going to be looking down at one, is able to find the shot. But in the position, it looks like he's actually going to start to rotate down towards B. I mean, look, regardless of the scenario, there's not going to be a whole lot he's going to be able to do. Might find Kyson, and he will. And actually, okay, they're going towards B now. What? Dude, if Brace 1v5s, man, oh man.
IGL.
Dude. Alrighty. Still going towards B.
No, he's gonna save.
Now we're safe. Yeah, now we're safe.
Right call. Right call.
We're both just sitting there having to think about what he's gonna do,
Yeah.
but he just answers it for us.
Yeah, I thought that maybe he goes to peek through heaven where the smoke is. He sees it. Maybe he sees if there's anyone on the corner of it, but nah, not really. You know, expecting to go in through for it. But nah, very well done to get those two. And, you know, it will be the purchase round for Bantz in the next one. So if he can save off this AWP, it'll be maybe tossed over towards Motion's hand as well. He can purchase himself up an M4.
All right. Dunsky. 2 members of Downfall will live on here. And obviously now it is in a position where they're going to be able to buy in full. So an AWP for Motion. But the money on the side of Downfall is very, very good. That's exactly what we were talking about, you know, stacking up the utility and the economy as best as possible. Not trying to burn a whole lot, you know, not going down too many members when you are winning out those rounds. And obviously the last few Downfall have been able to lock down with a couple left in each opportunity. Bogeyman does spot out the head of one, but no kill will be found. But aside from that, it's just going to be a slowdown for the time being.
Yeah, you'd expect Bantz to be really passive in this round right now, you know, not overexert themselves and just give away a free frag to Downfall, because, you know, Downfall, they will look to tie it up if they do win this round. Motion, to be very careful. If he misses a shot, he's got no one to back him up, so he will have to escape through bathrooms. And now maybe rely on Addict, at least trying to get a trade if he does lose his life. He's permitted a bit of time to realign the AWP through a very small pixel gap. But I like this boost from Bogeyman to see over the site.
So very, very important round, of course, for Bantz. Downfall are going to be able to reinvest a couple of times, so it's absolutely fine for them. But Bantz, you know, they lose this one, and whilst Motion does have 2k in the coffer, not really a whole lot the rest of the team has to bring to the party. So they want to hold on to their lead, they want to hold on to their weapons, and it looks like with 30 seconds left on the clock, it's going to be an all-out brawl towards this B-bomb site, and are Bantz going to be able to lock it down as the utility starts to come out?
Well, Bogeyman's going to rip the head off of Ruffleco. Falcon hasn't been spotted out just yet, but he'll be punished by 2D. Addict's fallen as well. And this is just a very flawless execution so far from Downfall. Brace, he does win the duel, but the second one can't compute. Now it's just going to be down to Motion, who gets caught off guard by Moop. A very well-placed round for Downfall to even us up 5-5, and a little bit of a teabag in the end there from Moop as well.
Love to see it. You love to see it. That's the kind of lurk that you want to see, though, you know? Yeah. It's like the position that Moop was able to take just then is really, really cool to see. You know, he's confident in his team moving towards that B-bomb site, taking the site, getting the bomb planted. and then he's happy to mosey on towards A to make sure that nobody can get out. So that's exactly what we were speaking about. You know, the money for Bantz, it's shot. They don't have really much to work with at all, just a few deagles. But look, we've already seen Bantz win out these rounds. And Motion, unfortunately, did get ticked by that molly, but I'm not sure what they've actually heard. Kyson will find him. Attic, though, and Falcon. Here it is. The movement, the gun recovery. And both of these members have Kevlar as well. The others are going to be hightailing it up towards A. And it's going to be a retake, but this is certainly a winnable round for the Bantz boys.
Yeah, they'll still need to make sure they're getting frags, at least getting a trade where possible, because if they keep trading out, you know, numbers advantage, they will win it in the end. Bogeyman, there's one, but there's that trade that I speak of, an extra one for Brace as well, rolling on through. Now it is just going to be down to 2D, a very late flank, but he does have the cross covered. Roffle down. Is he just going to call it? Is he just going to save it now? Surely not. It's not planned for him, so I mean, maybe. Oh my,
No way.
the pistol round win. He's calling it. Wow.
He's got it done. Yep.
Yeah.
It's always a disappointing thing to look at, but sometimes, you know, you just stay wise and you're like, all right, we'll concede this one
as well.
Yeah,
But
but
that's what
you know, that's always
what
that's always
catches
a
me there.
challenge. Yeah.
Well, it is what it is, I guess. There's weaponry now for Bantz on a is that 2 total eco technical rounds that they've won? I think that's second, because they didn't have any
Second
other ones.
in this map, yes.
Yeah. All right. So let's see what they can do with the rifles, because if they can do that with the pistols, this is where they may take it away, right?
Bake them away, toys. There we go. First pick by Motion. You love to see it. And now Addict on the opposing side. The flashbang is good to come out, but unfortunately... Oh, Elusive actually gets him blind as well. That's 2 blinded kills now in the individual round that we're seeing. So in a 4v4, they do mosey back through Connector, but are they going to be able to fight their way through as Falcon does pick up the 1? They are charging up short to this B-bomb site very, very quickly.
Yeah, Elusive's hungry for more frags right now. Paddy going to find one.
Oh,
in the bomb
Falcon.
as well. Moop at least gets the trade, but he is down for the count. Now the Roffleco finds him. A pistol whip for 2D, but a 1 versus 2. He called it in the previous round. Is this the time where he looks to win it out? A 1 versus 1 motion on the AWP. I don't know if he knows that 2D's being tagged up nicely, because he could switch over to an AK or an M4 or any other rifle to get the job done. But it is going to be about the call. Does he stay at B and just hold his line, go with his gut feeling, or does he waltz up towards A?
Well, the smoke grenade will go down towards Heaven, and Motion, as you mentioned, he's locked it down, but he's missed the shot. Definitely not something you want to see, but with the nade going off, takes him low. Can he do anything? Jeremy, the flames will get it done, and he thinks someone else is still alive. Jeremy, everyone's dead.
I literally think someone just said in the server there, he's dead. They're dead.
Yeah.
Diffuse.
Yeah, everyone's he's Oi, bro, they're all gone, man. Just imagine the way James is talking.
Yeah, exactly. They're all dead, bro.
Yeah, man, just go. Just kill. Oh, you love it. You absolutely love to see it.
No, well, very well done to get the their 7th round on the CT side now. And it's also good to see the Downfall have got 5 on the T side. You know, if it does go double digits for Bantz and then Downfall find the pistol, they're back into it. You know, Overpass being a mostly CT-sided map, you get rounds here and there on the T side as well. But I still do, you know, firmly believe it's going to be a Bantz map. But I am really liking what I'm seeing from Downfall right now.
Yeah, now Downfall, they're moving quite well as a unit, and they're able to actually find those trades here and there, which is really, really nice. And, you know, they're not sort of going for anything silly. They're quite confident with the moves that they are making towards those bomb sites and being quite spread across the map early as well, you know. So it's not just like, you know, heading to do the same thing every single round. So it's clear that this is a map that they regularly play, you know, a map that they are comfortable on, and, you know, obviously it's their choice. So whether or not they're going to be able to bring it to Dust 2, that's a whole nother question. Because Dust 2, I guess we talk about that briefly. Like, that's a map that's got a bit of chaos. Obviously, with the doors change, you know, it's a little bit different, but still, you know, obviously it's going to be checking down those AWPs. But man, I've seen Bantz do some serious damage towards some of the greater teams in the region on this map of Dust 2.
Yeah, I was gonna say just something that comes to mind is, you know, when they were under Justice, it's like whenever they would go into Dust 2, they'd always start off on the T side, and it was just glorious to witness what they were capable of doing. It was like Dust 2 was their map, and it's, you know, it feels like it's kind of fallen off for them in recent times now under the Bantz roster. Or the Bantz banner, of course. You know, it tends to be over to the Mirage, and it tends to be over to the Inferno these days.
No, for sure. Still, a map that they definitely have in their arsenal, one that they can play very, very well. And to anyone at home as well who is not aware already, so in the map pool, in the active map pool rather, there's plenty of maps around, but in the active pool that you're able to select from, it is 7 maps. Each team will do bans, then they'll do a pick, and then there's obviously more bans, and then there's one map left over in a best of 3. So obviously some teams, you know, not as good as other maps than others. It is always good, though, to try and spread it out as much as you can. You know, if you dislike a map greatly, it doesn't mean that you're always going to be able to ban it. So, good to practice across the board.
Yeah, having a couple of maps under your belt that you're very comfortable in playing is always welcome with open arms, and having a special map as well can never hurt. But Addicts, maybe he gets hurt here. Won't be the case. Finds a free bogeyman. No trade to come out just yet. Maybe he does shine up for another one, hoping for a flash from his teammates, because he gets swung on by 3. And whilst Elusive does find the frag, he's taken down on 3 HP. There's a lot of damage being dealt, though, over at that B site as well. We stack up evens, 3-3.
Yeah, look, Motion was super good locking down this A-bomb site recently now, but the Molotov will force him away, and he actually does manage to live on. Brace! He's the man locking it down here. He will ultimately be felled by 2D, but Falcon holding the W key down in true Pat fashion, and he's loving it. You know, this man, clearly, whatever state of mind he was in last night is completely different to what I'm witnessing right now. You know, Patty boy, good fella, loves it, and, you know, it's good to see him actually putting up a bit of a decent performance now, because pretty sure he's on the top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, well, you know, he did a very well done job over on that first map as well. So carrying it on over to the second one is always good. But now let's see. We've got 2 rounds left in this half. Are we going to see double digits for Bantz? Or is it going to be Downfall looking to at least get 7 rounds and make it as close as possible? Because they are very well placed to do that with the weaponry they have right now. Utility as well. A bit of aggression starting to be heard over towards A. It's going to push Motion to a relatively similar angle, but a minute 10, they're starting to exchange some bullets, and Rufflecoat will find Moop to start off.
So smoke goes down. Kyson will be able to at least find 1. So back to that 4-on-4. The remaining members of Downfall do start to head over towards that long position. Kyson finally joining the rest of his team, or will be shortly at least, but there starts to go the utility. Now Motion, he knows what's he going to look to do here. They do start to move up. The Molotov will keep them at bay for a little while longer, but it's going to be a 4-on-4 and an all-out brawl on towards this A site in about 10 seconds time.
Well, Rufflecoat's pulled the pin on a HE grenade right now. If he throws it over towards long, it could do some superb damage, but he finds Motion. Falcon
well
falls
done
as well. Addict lines up 2 through the smoke. Now we're going to have to be seeing the flank come out, but both boys are going to be at the same area. They can't get past each other. The HE grenade from Addict is a little bit too delayed. It's not going to do 2D any bigger damage whatsoever, but now they have to set up the crossfires. There's still utility to play with the Bantz. 2 incendiaries, now 1 deployed over towards long. There's no smoke, however. Kits, 5-second defusal. They don't have to go for the trades right now. Kyson's so low, he gets traded out, but they don't know where 2D is. Oh my.
Yep, they do.
Very well done.
I don't know what sound cue,
man.
2D just gave off there, but that was an excellent 4K from Addicts. Very, very nicely done, young Christian. The Kiwi man himself. Very, very well done from the Bantz boys once more, because Dion, here we go, 9-5. And your prediction of 16-11 is looking like quite a possibility right now.
Well, you never really know, right? Because this could either go 9-6, 10-5. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really matter if Downfall, you know, can get a wriggle started on that CT side, because that's what we've seen Bantz do right now. You know, they've been dominating on the CT side with Downfall having some hints and some good rounds. And that's not to say, you know, that Downfall aren't, you know, once again putting up the best effort. It's just that Bantz, you know, one of the strongest sides on this in this game on Overpass CT side, they're just utilizing the map's you know, structure and the positioning of everything to its utmost potential.
No, definitely. It's been really, really nice to watch. And Addicts will open up with 2, not quite the third. 2D will give the damage back, and unfortunately there, for Downfall, we do see a man disadvantage once more. The bomb will be recovered by 2D as he does start to mosey his way back towards the boys in the B water. Having a bit of a splish splash down in the sewers. Not exactly advisable. I'd probably recommend against that one even. But in the 4v3, Falcon's actually going to take advantage and drop it down to just the 2 remaining members here. And that could very well be a 10-5 half for Bantz, which would be an awesome, awesome statement on the map pick of Downfall.
I think I just saw a HE grenade from Brace thrown over to the door as well. That Moop opened into the HE grenade and took damage. So it's a bit unfortunate there for him. Opening up the door and just straight away staring into a HE grenade. But look at this. I've always loved this boost here later in the round. Usually you'd align an AWP to be here, but Brace, he starts off on a Moop. He's done his damage. He'll look hungry to finish off 2D now that he's spotted him out. But with 10 seconds to go, 2D needs to get the bomb down and he's just going to be punished for it. There it is. Brace to close it. 10-5 for Bantz and Downfall in the first half of map number 2, Overpass.
Very nice. I mean, look, you know, it's sort of, again, as I mentioned, rolling towards what we were expecting to be your prediction of the 16-11, but now obviously on the T side, if Bantz runs successful with that pistol, you know, obviously they got the second chance with the aggressive buy back most likely, but, you know, it'll all basically play out over the time that we will witness now. It's a possibility, but still this map is far from over. Downfall, if they find this pistol, they can use the momentum, bring it back, and take the lead that they want to be rightfully theirs.
Well, you know, it'll be the high stakes for Downfall right now, because if they lose this map, they're out of the series, right? That's what both of these teams are fighting for right now, to go through the lower bracket run successfully and get into that grand final. So maybe one of these teams can do it, maybe not. We'll have to wait and see over the course of the next few Thursdays for that. But this will certainly give us a tell of who will be the actual first team to be eliminated.
The very first team to be eliminated, indeed. It's week number 4. I can't believe how quickly it's already gone. You know, the way it's been super smooth, really enjoyable. I mean, we've had some highlights, we've had some lowlights. You know, definitely the full spectrum of it all, but it's been an absolute pleasure every single moment of these Thursday evenings for us. And now the defense onto this B bomb side. Bogeyman with 3, 4. Oh my word! Bogeyman with the phenomenal ace there on the B bomb site. The defense, and if anything is going to get this team G'd up enough to win, it's going to be that.
P2K Master Race, baby.
Dude, it's true. Get around it.
My lord, just tapping away. You see the 2 crispy shots in the kill feed in the beginning, and then they just line up for him. He's certainly on the board with his aim right now. If he wasn't warm before, he certainly will be right now. It is good to see, though, that on the back of losing that round, quite convincingly, Bantz are only on the Glocks right now, so they haven't invested anything. They'll get their weaponry in the next one. But, yeah, I guess how do you come back from that? At least it's early stages, right?
Yeah. And look, I don't think a round like that is going to throw them too hard. You know, if anything, they'll probably be like, damn, that was sick, you know, and then move on. So we'll have to see with how Bantz bounce back, you know, from this one. Of course, we'll witness a save in full. Here it is. There's no additional items that have been purchased from the shop at all. Kyson likely about to have a field day with this MP7. What's he going to do?
Well, 2 in the grand scheme of things isn't bad, as well as 2D also finding 2. Bomb is down, just the Glocks. Ruffleco does not know what's happening. He's got his head just spinning around. There will be another round afforded over to Downfall, but this is kind of what we've been waiting for in this half, right? You lose the pistol, you don't force up in the second thing, or the second round, and you don't get anything rolling in that one. You get your weaponry in the third, and maybe this is where you look to run it away, because, you know, this will be the circumstance that Bantz know they've got the better weaponry than Downfall, and they've got a, you know, a well-balanced amount of utility as well.
So technically, I guess you could consider the buy to be a better one. As we stare down what we are right now. Elusive will be scared off, but no, in the end, he's actually going to force forward. So no real map control being established just yet by Bantz. They're happy to sort of wait to see if any aggression will come out from the Downfall boys, but it doesn't look like there will be. Falcon going for that spray through the smoke, but nothing's going to be there. I just know that he won enough to buy those pink gloves on the pokies. That's the worst part. Man's an addict.
Well, they've counted 3 smokes over to the monster tunnel right now. So, Bantz, you know, you'd expect them to go up towards A and also see a rotation come through from Downfall, but that's a lot of info from Kyson peeking on through. Maybe the call is the rotation as well over towards B. You can see that now Moop is positioning himself forward in this site. This could work really well for Bantz. They just have to make sure that they do find Kyson, because he is the one with the M4 in this round right now for Downfall, with 2D just jump spotting, being very cautious.
So the aggression will have to head over towards A. A great flash in. Kyson looking for 3. Only will be able to pick up the 2. It's actually Falcon to be able to open up onto this site now. Brace looking to clear out from long, but they will be able to at least get some control onto this A bomb site. The rotation will fully come up through the bank and the jump up position. Nobody on the flank. They will be able to defend well here. Addict just making sure, just to be safe, but Falcon, he's on for 3 here. Could even be 4 and 5 right now, but no. Elusive goes for the swing with a Famis. And now it's always a challenging lockdown here. It's on to Addict. 1v2, Bogeyman on it, and he will be able to find the kill. Addict now, they've got the kit, they've got the time, but will he be able to lock this down? He just needs to chill. He knows. There it is. Does he have it?
Oh, I think he's got it.
No time.
Very well played, Bantz. Extremely well played. Falcon soaring high in the round. 3. Addict, he finds 1. Gets taken down to, I believe it was 5 HP there. And all he needs to do, you know, is make sure the Bogeyman's not on the defuse. He jump peaks. He tries to switch it up. You know, the low jump, the high jump. The low peak, the high peak, rather. He just does what needs to be done. And Bantz do get their first round on the T side. Oh, well, I've just
yeah, no, very nicely done from Pat. Man, all I can say is, wait, who's got the P90 or Eddie? Okay, yeah, that's fair. I've seen that before. No, I was going to say, yeah, man, Pat, he's having a killer game. Like, again, not someone that you usually think of to be some, you know, fundamentally amazing player, but I got to admit, he's been stepping up when the teams needed him, and with 2 big entries there and then a third as well, certainly locking it down for the boys. You love to see it.
Well, if there is any circumstance that an P90, sorry, could do massive damage, and naturally an MP9 as well, it's when you've got your opponents all just running in a line, and that's what they were doing. Bantz all up through short, seeing if they can open up an opportunity into the B site, and they're starting to do so with trades happening as well. 3 versus 3 situation. Elusive, though, will be spotted out. Can't quite get the one done onto Addict, but with the bomb going down, you hear the footsteps in water. They now know where the AWP is as well, but they are low in HP right now. They need to pick these angles very carefully. Kyson finds Ruffleco. It is just down to Addict. He needs a good shot on 2D, but he gets caught off it. And that'll be the round over to Downfall, and a very chaotic one indeed.
Sure. Now, look, chaos is something that we do love to see from time to time, but they will be able to ultimately retake the site, get that defuse, 2D to lock it down, and they are bringing it pretty close. And now with the money on the side of Bantz, you know, they're going to be looking down the barrel of an eco, but the way it's going, this one could go the full mile.
Yeah, well, it's not going to be just your Glocks. It's going to be the upgraded weaponry. Tech 9s, P250s. The single Glock promotion. He's not going to be able to get his AWP anytime soon right now. Utilities here for Bantz as well. a bit of an upgrade. They'll see what they can do through the smoke grenade. They're just going to run through. Bogeyman, he's afforded one. The trade's out from Elusive, though, as he does his damage into the round. He can safely rest.
Oh!
Down a brace. This is great damage to come out, though, from these pistols.
There is a cat that is not mine out the back of my house. Hi. Go away, please. Dude, that just scared the absolute hell out of me. It's like... I looked over at my door because, like, it's right next to me and... you know, I don't have a cat door or anything, so the cats usually cruise in and out, but I've just looked over and there's just this white thing blurred near the, near the back door. What the hell?
I'd say you could call that one Cloud, but you've already got Cloud.
Yeah, well, look, he's now interested. He's just jumped down to have a look. But anyway. We will move on from that one to make me sound like less of a psycho, but that's okay, because we've got some Counter-Strike on our hands right now. So Kyson, full control, and he might actually be able to catch off some members here, lining them up, but no! Kyson had the one shot, one opportunity to capture the moment, but unfortunately he lost himself there. And Rufflecoat getting away with just 16 points of HP, and the team will be sitting in a 5-on-4.
Yeah, Bantz will be cruising in 4th gear right now. Maybe even 5th gear if they want to just ramp it up and go speedy-like, but we'll see. We will certainly see the AWP of 2D to be looked at right now to help the cause of downfall. Yeah, everybody's just kind of playing it chill in this round right now. The good tunes are up. But how do they look to hold it? They don't have too much utility. They're going to have to rely on their weaponry. And Bantz, you know, they're clearing all their corners. They're making sure there's nobody sneaky around, as Miss Flame's done. But look at that. HE grenade does a max amount of damage.
Tons of damage. Now, the Molotov will keep the Maze players at bay. So 5 versus 4. The site will be locked down and the aggression starts to come through. One member about to head through Monster, but he will be spotted out. That is Moot trying to be sneaky, but you're exactly right, Dion. That is it. Dunsky, as in a 5v2. The remaining members, 2D and Elusive, they're going to try and sleuth away, get the save to come out. But man, oh man, Bantz, you know, now that they've got their foot on the accelerator, they can't afford to take it off. Because in a position that Downfall are in, you know, they're not even going to be able to buy around these two weapons. It might just be that gentle save to see what they can do into the 23rd round.
Yeah, well, you'd expect so, right? You know, see if they can get something rolling with the AWP and the M4. Do you look to get aggressive towards Fountain would be one of those positions, or maybe you try to get 2D with this 4 position right now over towards B Monster, try to get an early pick. For those wondering, every single round when it comes to Counter-Strike, you actually spawn in a different location in your team's respected spawn area as well. So sometimes you're given, you know, a spawn that might sway how you're going to play in that round. If you're very close to, you know, a normal crucial point, what do you call those? Point of contentions. Actually, I forget the word of them. Anyway, the point being, it can change how you play around on the spawn that you have.
Absolutely. Well, quite often you see it, don't you? You know, the AWP spawn, someone will go for that peak, and then they'll actually swap the AWP back to their team. So,
choke point, I think, is the right terminology there. Yep.
Correct. So slowly making their way up towards the A-bomb site once more. The side of Downsfall, very, very split. It's likely that if Bogeyman is to go down, he will have to go for this save, but maybe actually 2D. Gonna try to see what he can find, but no, he's gonna hightail it out of there immediately. This time, Bantz is a bit of a better position. They can sort of afford to go and hunt if they so choose, and already Bogeyman, you know, he's looking for an exit if he can possibly find one. Falcon, already down nice and deep as well. So Bogeyman, he actually is putting himself in a little bit of an uncomfortable situation here. Just want to try cause a bit of a ruckus. See what he's going to be able to slot out, but he might likely be spotted out just in a second.
It's scary, right? Because we can see what's going to happen, and they're aware of it. He will put Attic down to 3 HP, make him run from the site, because he'll technically still lose his life. taking the damage there. But man, the Bantz boys will get the round. That's number 13 now. So we'll see if they look to close it out. There's not going to be a purchase yet again for Downfall because they did actually, you know, force heavily behind the 2 weapons that were saved in the previous one, which is... It's very surprising, right? Because in knowing that they lose that round, it would chalk up for Bantz to potentially find a 14th, and then they'd have to almost just repeat what they tried to do in Inferno.
So man, it's a really sort of rough prospect now for Downfall, isn't it? Just the monetary position that they are in is a little bit uncomfortable through and through. I mean, Moop, he's managed to find 1 kill, but now Roffelko can lock it down for as long as he would like. Just sort of chilling, waiting to see if anything else will come out. But with the bomb in a bit of an awkward spot as well, you know, they have to choose to rotate that one back away, maybe now heading over towards that B-bomb site. Roffelko still happy to stay and wait on A. Once again,
You know what I just
not
noticed?
really a whole lot of control established. Yeah, go on.
Moop's position right now, there's a building off to the right that's blue with like a balloon on it. Just a gigantic posted balloon. I've never noticed that before. Because you got the balloons in Party, but I never knew that there was a building in the skybox that also had balloons with it.
Jesus.
That's great, I love it.
We also love a 4v2 because this is the position where it's actually a possible lockdown from 2D and Elusive. You know, Elusive's going to be able to start to rotate up in just a second. 2D finding the opening shot. Addict will go down, and they've got a little bit of utility to work with, but no smoke down towards the bank position just yet. 2D, there's a second shot. It's winnable. He's already found the 2.
Now that they've got utility as well, right? They've got smokes, they've got flashes, they've got kits, they can deploy them nicely, they can force the issue right now. Roffelko and Brace, they have to make sure they're at least trying to find these picks right now. They may see the spotting out of these players. Roffelko, great shot, traded out by 2D. Now it's Brace. Where does 2D find Brace though? He spotted him out. Brace revealed it onto the AWP. Or do you stay with the pistol? Time sticking away. It's of the essence right now. He's just going to try and stick the defuse. Shots go through from Brace. Does he have it? I think he's reloading. It's nicely done. The defuse is nice go. Okay, from 2D and they do it.
You love to see it. That was beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah.
What a way to win out a round as well, you know, like a 2v4. Obviously, 2D and Elusive, they've been in an awkward situation where they've had to save a couple of times. So now the fact that they've actually managed to pull that off, I mean, still plenty of money in the Bantz bank account. You know, Elixir paying them good. But the Downfall boys, at least they've been able to hold on. I mean, it's only by the skin of their teeth. This is still a prospect where we might be going to Dust 2, but right now, the Bantz show, it continues to play. And it's got an all-star cast.
Make sure you wash your hands there, boys. Flushing out those toilets. Stay hygienic. But here we go.
Guys,
a minute on the clock to play with.
This time a little bit of a slower round. Coming out from the Bantz boys. And unfortunately, Kyson does actually get caught off guard there. And ultimately, Moop will go for the aggressive peek through the smoke. Very, very cheeky there. And he might actually be able to find a second here, but no, Roffelko does get the shot done. But there's 2D once more rotating up. 30 seconds remain. Bantz, they need to try and lock down this site and keep the boys out. Because that's another reset. But there's 2D to open up with the first.
Yeah, now the bomb's looking to go down as well, but where they choose to do it, Elusive actually drops it out. He pushes through for another one. Make it a third in the round to shut it down. Downfall. They're happy to play the patient game, Conky. They're happy to let Bantz go in towards one of these sites, because if it's the right one, where they've got their manpower and they've got the weaponry to lock it down, they are certainly starting to lock it down. They've got the 11th round. There's money here for Bantz. There's going to be a pause. Maybe Bantz are feeling that they need to make sure Komodo gets his prediction right.
Yeah, look, maybe.
because well, it's likely that they're going to be able to buy here. You know, they pretty much should. I guess the only one without the whole suite of money is Motion. But no, look, Downfall, they've impressed me, being able to bring it back the way that they have. And as we say, you know, Bantz looking to have a bit of a chat to see what the go is, you know, what we need to do to be able to close out the rest. Because, you know, one more round loss, their money's not in the best position. And that would have been the game pretty much there. If they were able to take that round just previous, Downfall, they'd be having no money. And unfortunately, they would be staring down the barrel of a 14-11, where they 14-10 it would have been rather. And it would have been, it's always just hard mentally to go down from there. You know, 14 rounds, the enemy team has, you're on an eco. It's like, what do you do?
Yeah. And it's sort of a similar situation now, right? It's like Bantz are on 13. If they can't close it out with just a couple more rounds, they'd be spewing. Maybe like the boys on the B site would be doing right now if Brace had found anything. He's very forward, but he's very vulnerable. No trade potential from his teammates being kept at bay and Connector right now. Bomb's still down. You know, it is real early stages in this round. You know what we actually haven't seen? We haven't seen the tower boost to come out from Bogeyman's position right now. It's one of those ones that you sometimes be brought out. And I actually, come to think about it, didn't they bring it up against Rooster? I think they did.
Yeah, they did. Yep, they did indeed.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can spot it out, hear it out. It's actually my mum, Dion, texting me a minute ago being like, how was the games? But speaking of that, looking to impress will be the side of Downfall, trying to lock this down. Brace to get the opening pick here, and Falcon pushing smokes is his forte, and he's going to do it well indeed. Bogeyman just playing the off angle. Falcon will be able to do a little bit of damage back, but now in a 3-on-5. I mean, look, Downfall's got a little bit of money in the bank account here, but it's still not going to be the prettiest buy into the 26th if they're unsuccessful, and it looks like Kyson's already running away.
Well executed from Bantz there, utilizing the time to just, you know, make Downfall sweat when they start to get toward the site. They look to break in. They do what's necessary. They force Downfall back. They get the plant down. They got a little bit of the information where the boys are. You know, they didn't see the player disconnect from Graffiti. They need to try and find him. Bogeyman finds a Falcon. Kyson reveals himself, which I don't think he needed to. Rufflecade was just running around on the hunt. But it will be the 14th rounds now found from Bantz. One away from overtime. And then one after the fact from closing it out 2-0 for their match tonight and staying alive in the LPL season.
Very, very important for them to do so. Because as you mentioned, of course, the team that goes down here, they will be no more. They will unfortunately have to wait until the next season of Let's Play Live, which obviously will be season 3. And yeah, that's just the way the bracket works, of course. You know, we've got those best of 3s every single Thursday. You know, we have the 2 lots, and some will be into the upper bracket. And of course, right now, what we are watching is that lower bracket. We saw the upper bracket last week, where of course we did see Rooster take down the Truckers, wasn't it? And then Paradox also looked really well as well. So yeah, we've seen some great games, and obviously tonight is a similar sort of boat. You know, Bantz, they've been looking great, and I'm really proud of how they've been going, but I still can't count Downfall out of this map at all.
Yeah, exactly. No, neither can I right now. Like they've brought it up to 11, which is what I was expecting. Anything more right now, I'm impressed. You know, it's their map pick for a reason. They took it close to Roosters in their best of 3 series for week number 1 or week number 2. I can't quite remember, and that's in that regard. But yeah, no, I'm expecting. You know, I guess everybody's expecting the matches tonight to be a bit closer as opposed to last week's. You know, the Paradox Mako and the Rooster Truckers. But yeah, it's not really disappointing, you know, for map number 1 here to look this close. And we say this close, you know, anything, I guess, 16-11-ish it can be considered close.
Yeah, for sure. Now, these ones are always interesting games, I guess, you know, sort of barreling down towards potentially my prediction of 16-13. Or even on the other flip side, we could still be seeing the game go the other way. But no, as it stands, 14-11. In favor, of course, of Bantz. So only 2 more rounds is all that they need to close out that one. But I guess, look, if we want to chat about potentially where it could go if it did hit Dust 2, do you think, you know, Downfall are going to be able to have what it takes to really power through? Or do you think ultimately if we do go to Dust 2, it'll just be a clean Bantz game?
I think it's going to be a clean Bantz game. You know, we haven't seen Downfall really play Dust 2. Me personally, I haven't seen it since last month against Vertex, I think it was. But yeah, no, I can't put my finger on where it would go with Dust 2. I think it'd be a clean Bantz one.
So slowing it down, waiting as patiently as possible. Looks like Bantz are pretty happy to allow Downfall a little bit of extra control, but they haven't really gone for a whole lot, to be honest. You know, sitting back, only leaving the one member of Moop up towards the long position. One member being elusive, slowly spotting out short, but now Bantz slowly start to funnel into those choke points. Ruffleco to flash out the short line. But really just that slow default set for the time being.
Yeah, I love this momentum, or rather positioning from Downfall to get into this area. They'll hear the door opening. It's a bit punishing, though. Ruffleco to be felled first. Lose his positions, no. And the CTs are starting to get a wriggle on. There's getting everything working for them. Falcon in a 1 versus 5 now. And I think that now we have to look at Conky's prediction, potentially.
Well, they've got money in the bank account. That's the main thing, you know,
Exactly,
Bantz.
yeah.
Downfall, if they hold on to the weapons that they've got in hand right now, you know, they're going to be in a very, very good spot. 2D drop down Falcon there. No possibility of a 1v5 this time round. But Falcon still sits atop the server. 2D will be joining him. 2D technically in the better spot with the less deaths. But yeah. Now look, Bantz, they do choose to force back in here, and now it might get a little bit dicey. You know, Ruffleco only with that Tech 9. Where do they even go with this?
Yeah, no, it's interesting, right? Because we saw the stellar performance that Ruffleco did bring out in map number 1 of Inferno. Now it's looked a little bit quiet. You know, Falcon across the board was great in map number 1, great in this one as well. But now he's been flamed out. He's crispy. The Rush B attempt is being punished as well. Elusive, he's just hiding behind the barrel on the corner of the smoke. He will find motion. Now it is just down to Brace the bomb. No position, or possession rather. He's out of position. He's not seen any Downfall members.
Elusive. Not exactly sure what he was going for there. Maybe just trying to jump on the position under heaven, but he'll be caught off guard. And now Brace tries to have his hand at a 1v3. Well, it'll be a 1v4 rather, but luckily for the team of Downfall, Kyson is waiting in the shadows to take him down. And look, all I can say is I think both of our predictions are going to be wrong here. You know, Bantz in a position where they're not going to be forcing in. They're just going to be sitting pretty with maybe a couple of pistols to work with. But Downfall are in the driver's seat now. You know, they are potentially looking like they'll find 14 here. And then whether or not Bantz is able to fight back when it gets to that 14-14. But regardless, we've got a solid game on our hands.
Yeah, most definitely. You'd expect 14-14 here, and then, you know, all rounds of regulation to be played. Do you think, though, 14-14, do we see overtime, or do we see a 16-14? What do you reckon?
Look, I don't want to tempt overtime. Overtime just like some games are good in overtime. Others are just like none of the players want to even be there anymore.
Yeah. See, I feel like between these two teams, it literally could go forever as well, because they, you know, they're quite nicely stacked up against each other in terms of power.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, Kyson again slinking on into the site from long. Able to drop down all of the remaining members. So here it is, as we speak about the 14-14. Can Bantz keep their composure? All Downfall strike in the night and be able to take it through.
Well, this was a 10-5 halftime scoreline. Was it 9-6?
Yep, it was.
Yeah, no,
it was
10-5. Yeah.
10-5 in favor of Bantz. Yeah.
The T side is escaping Bantz a bit here.
So once again, a slow sort of control of the long position established. Moop reconnecting inside Con. And that's obviously full short water control as well. So this is what I mentioned. You know, Downfall, they're much more happy to take that extra sort of part of the map where they need to. Addict, though, will be able to actually drop Elusive, and he knows that the door's open, so there's definitely a little bit more action that's been happening inside this connector. Moop's pushing in, and maybe they're... Oh, no, Addict, no! Addict, gun out, bro! I was about to say, is Moop throwing?
Yeah.
But no, Addict gets pushed on, and now it's on to Bogeyman to try and defend here. The bomb will start to head out long, and they have no control of this B side. Bogeyman now gives up his information, and in a 3v3, anything could happen right now.
Oh. I was going to say 2D walking on through. He'll catch the timing on Falcon. It's the man advantage for Downfall, but look at the time. There's only 25 seconds to get into it, and they've locked down the site. They're going to try and get the plant down, but they'd almost need a pick because they're going to be so vulnerable when they do look to get the plant. It's going to be motion, safeguarding off Brace. The echo of the Ort rains through. And now where do they play these after plant scenario positions? Brace, he finds Bogeyman. Do they expect a second one, though, to come from short water?
It's going to be tough regardless, man. You know, they're both playing a little bit nervous, a little bit cautious. 2D fires that warning shot again, as he mentioned. Another up short. The flashbang will go high and wide, and there's another kill. Brace looking good. Brace looking phenomenal. And there it will be. 15 rounds for Bantz Gaming here on Overpass. One final chance here. Everyone's going to have a buy. Everyone's going to be equipped. And I mean, it's actually Bantz that's slightly less equipped.
Yeah.
Than Downfall here, but regardless, we're going toe-to-toe with a potential overtime.
This is where I'd love to be able to, you know, drop utility. So you could just give Falcon some utility. It would change the game of Counter-Strike completely, I feel, though, like, honestly. Rounds that you wouldn't be able to do something if someone has a lot of money, drop a bit of utility, set up and execute. It'd be quite sick.
Drop me Kevlar. Right now.
Can
I've
I
heard that
request
happen
some
way
Kevlar?
too many times. Dude. Just a crumb. Just a crumb of Kevlar, please.
But here we go. Last round of regulation inside the GG. Bantz are through to the next installment of LPL. Or, you know, we go over to Dust 2.
Anything can happen right now. Yeah. Well, that's it. You know, anything can happen. Could you imagine if it was Bantz, right? They let it get to 15. All they need is one more round. They lose this one, then they lose overtime, then they lose Dust 2. You know? Yeah. It's a prospect. It's unlikely, but if Downfall are able to keep their composure and keep on trucking, you know, it could be very, very challenging for Bantz. But this time, here it is. Two members inside that short position. Addict to strike like a sniper. Very nicely done. First kill is found, but Elusive up short with 3, bringing it back to a 2-on-2, and the shot will be found. All onto motion in a 1v2. The bomb will be planted, but this is going to be very, very tough for Jeremy. He does spot out 2D though, but will he know where Kyson is coming from? He's surely got to know. He's surely got to have a bit of an inkling.
All the timing.
Slowly creeping around though. Will the timing find him right there on? Oh, there it is!
There it is!
Beautiful.
I'm literally on the edge of my seat right now for this one, man. Like, I had no idea which way this one was gonna go. Oh, motion. Yeah. He finds the first one onto 2D, and then he punches Kyson with the timing. Oh, like my chair was all the way back. I have to pull it back in.
Nah, man, those are the games that you love to see, right? You know, how it gets that tight towards the end and to actually live up to it, you know. Elusive getting 3, locking down the site. That was after the entries were already found by Bantz, and you love to see it. You know, Addict getting his way out connector, but there we have it. You know, it's not going to be the possible prospect of the the loss in overtime and then Downfall bringing it through. Yeah. But at least after a relatively one-sided map that we saw on Inferno, we did have a very, very close one on Overpass. But yeah, GG to Bantz 2-0.
Yeah, no, extremely happy for the boys in that one. Downfall put up a really good performance as well. You know, Overpass, it had its really cool moments, especially towards the end there. You know, the hero plays to come through from the players and everything. But yeah, you got to give it to Bantz to keep composed and to play, their best CS, I guess you could say, that was called for tonight. That'll keep them in the season. I can't quite remember who they go to play against next. I think maybe Mako, if my memory serves me correct. But I digress. That is going to be the first one done for here, and now we look forward for Orgless and Skyfire.
We do. So Orgless and Skyfire is not too far around the corner, guys. Let's Play Live season number 2. Once again, thank you to our amazing sponsors, of course, Conker, Western Digital Black, Vodafone, and the New Zealand Defence Force, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very soon for all the action in maps number 2. And welcome back, guys. We are here week number 4 for the Let's Play Live Pro League Season 2 for the year. My name is Conky. I am here joined with Komodo, of course, as usual. And so we've seen Bantz take our downfall 2-0. They will be living on and continuing to run another day, whilst unfortunately downfall, they will be going down and leaving us for the tournament. But there is always next season if they are to rejoin us. So tonight now, Dion, we go on to the next map, which is going to be Orgless versus Skyfire. And do you want to break us down what potentially we might be seeing tonight?
Well, I'm ready for this one. I am excited. Of course, for those wondering, Orgless is the former Control boys, so we'll get into who they are in a moment. But in terms of maps, I don't really know what's going to be happening. I'm feeling like we may see Mirage from Control. Skyfire could be anything. They could probably pick Inferno or Nuke, whatever they'd be comfortable with. Map number 3, again, anyone's real guess. I'm expecting, though, this one to potentially be 2-1.
Yeah, no, look, it definitely could be, but I guess one of the interesting things that we did actually see in the previous time we watched Orgless play was they pulled out Train, and they did really, really well. It was quite an exciting game we witnessed, and there's the roster, of course, the original boys who once upon a time were the Deep Space Crocodiles, the meme team, the squad that ultimately was stuck in the lower divisions of Let's Play Live, formerly Cybergamer, for quite some time. I think the meme was like 8 seasons or something like that. But here they are now, a couple of years later in Let's Play Live Pro League, which is awesome to see. Obviously with the lockdown and everything like that, a fair few people did continue to run on with the games. But so these guys, deathmatch now. If they are unsuccessful, they will be going home. But the real talk of the night, I feel, will be Skyfire, the way that roster has been moving on. We've got Clutchy added in now. And one of the sort of loved people around the scene, of course, in Michelle Payne, Pocket Psych, a sports psychologist being brought on by Skyfire, which could be the crucial change that this roster might need.
Yeah, well, we'll definitely have to wait and see in this one. I'm really excited. Clutch is one of those players that I've had the pleasure of chatting to for a very long time now when it comes to Counter-Strike. Just a quick message over to him here and there. He likes to, keep me on my toes with questions and everything, so it's really cool to see. But I'm really excited to see what he's going to be doing in this roster right now. And, the experience of Moe to, I guess, kind of groom him a little bit in this game could be quite powerful, because we know when it comes down to it, Clutchy can frag, right? It'll be really cool to see what positioning, alignment can be helped with in this matchup of these 5 boys.
Well, yeah, formerly Clutchy rather was playing on that really weird roster, which is that was actually the name, really weird. But yeah, no, they did really, really well. They were super interesting of a team. Like, 1 minute they'd be red hot, and then for like the next 6 games they'd be awful. But it was quite often Clutchy sitting at the top of that scoreboard. And similar to you, Dion, I've been able to spend a fair bit of time around the man, and he's a nice young kid. So hopefully the South African prodigy that he would claim himself as being will be able to do quite well here on the roster of Skyfire tonight. So, look, Orgless versus Skyfire. I would predict to see Skyfire be able to take this one 2-0. But again, when we talk mentality, super important. And it's one thing that we've probably been a bit critical of about Skyfire, not really knowing what actually goes on in their team speak and what they're discussing and things like that. Yeah. But we know they do have the capacity to tilt and, fall off really quickly. So whether or not, Orgless will be able to strike whilst the iron's hot there, or whether or not Skyfire have maybe seen some change in the last week and just absolutely clear house. That's what I think it'll be. It'll either be a 2-1 to Control, or it's going to be just an absolute domination by Skyfire to win it all the way through.
Interesting that you say that. 2-1 to Orgless. That's interesting. See, I would have thought 2-1 to Skyfire at least, or the 2-0 if you say that, because it'll be interesting as well. You know, if Pocket Sight will sit in on their comms, if she can kind of help them, not from the coaching side of things, but just the mentality wise. Lads, you're tilting too hard. Bring it back. Like that's. Don't get me wrong. That's probably not what she's going to say or anything, but it's like you get the premise behind it, right?
Yeah, well, I've had the honor of actually sitting through some personal one-on-one coaching with her, and I've met her in real life a number of times as well. She's a fantastic woman, and I'm really proud to see her work. Not only move through what we previously saw. I think the first one was Tainted Minds, and then it obviously made its way through to Avant, and now as it sits, it's actually moving to a different position. Yeah. Now sitting and looking down the barrel of Skyfire, which the players, it makes sense. But, an org like Skyfire, you've never really seen them being up like the top and making those real big purchase orders. So really, really cool to see, Skyfire making the support to be able to account for that as well. Because just like traditional sport, you guys, whether it be rugby, whether it be AFL, soccer, or football, sorry to my UK people that are watching. But just any sort of traditional sport benefits super well from not only coaching from a physical standpoint but mental as well. It's a huge factor, especially in Counter-Strike. The age is young, and a lot of the people that have done it, they've been, all of us, I guess we've been isolated a little bit these last few months, and it is easy to lose your way mentally from time to time when you're not all together in the one space. I think we might have lost Dion, unfortunately, but that's okay, guys. Don't worry about it. We will continue to kick on. So a funny story for anyone watching at home, potentially, if you guys aren't aware of that one. But yeah, I think his brother, he bought him like a computer or something like that. And ever since that has occurred, he's just been downloading like everything under the sun. So I guarantee you right now, Dion is cruising out and just absolutely screaming bloody fury at him. But look, these are the things that do happen. Of course, we've got the amazing production team in the studio right now, the Sky Tower in Auckland, New Zealand, who are bringing it to us all together. And that's one of the really, really lucky things for us all, right? We've got the capacity to be able to do all of this, from all these parts of the world. I'm over in Perth, Western Australia, Dion being in Melbourne, and then the rest of the team being over in that Sky Tower as well. So awesome to have us all grouped up together and, getting that kind of stuff done. But I guess, moving back into what we've got ahead of us right now, we shouldn't be too far away from the game actually starting out. But yeah, Orgless, it's a team that have been around for quite some time. They've got synergy. They've been able to do stuff for quite a long while together. And then they've been able to bring on, of course, TA, who is one of the newer people on the roster, and Lou, who, the roster's been together for a little while, I guess you could say. It's certainly not a new group of people. It's been a couple of seasons now. But, Rewind, BZ, Dreams, they've been playing together for yonkers. And it's cool to see them sort of all back. I'm surprised that BZ, to be honest, is still playing. But, it's awesome to see that they've got the support to do so, and happy to be rolling through a organization like LetsPlay.Live, that's putting on the competitions. So super important, super happy that that's all going ahead. But the one that I really sort of want to talk about right now is Skyfire. Skyfire are a team that I honestly, I've had to sit back and reflect a little bit, and whether or not it's actually coming across as like criticism of my own or anything like that. And I really hope it never is. It's really like, I never ever want the casting that you do to ever come across as like any sort of like bias or lost love or anything like that. It's our job to just sort of, provide entertainment to the viewers, to the everyone who is watching from home. So a team like Skyfire, my only disappointment in them is just that they are like, you look at the players, Moe has been around for God knows how long. You got Noisia, who has also been in a similar boat, never quite breaching the top. But Moe has been in, the best teams in the region ever since back, 1.6 days. And then you got Dirty, who's a phenomenally sharp player, super passionate, super driven, just unfortunately gets into his own head a little bit of the time. Tot's one of those newer players that has been around for like a while, but has sort of, kept it low a little bit. He's, I remember he played a LAN with like Blitz and Panic and stuff. It was the MC LAN. And the way he was able to do that and bring it through and, be so successful in that competition was awesome. They won that one first LAN. And then Clutchy, the extra man, the spicy fifth that you're going to be able to put it through. Really, really cool to see Clutchy in this roster and to see how he goes on. I guess the Skyfire meme has been a little bit of, who's going to be the fifth this week? Who's going to be the fifth this week? So I really do hope the roster settles, and that's why I'm super, super psyched that Pocket Psych, Michelle, will be joining the roster to really not only give the players like a bit of a discussion to have in a group situation, but also personally on individual one-on-ones, because all of those players, I don't know Top super well, but all of those players I think could sincerely benefit from some sort of, mental one-on-one coaching. And that's a good thing. Like I got to admit, man, like almost every single team in the region, like around the world, could benefit from people like this. And, same sort of thing when you actually see it around the world as well. It's amazing to see, what that kind of stuff can bring. But anyway, guys, there is a small delay on the game as well. So I'll get Dion frozen. Thanks, Dion, for helping us out, brother. Wait, no, he's over this side. Well done, bro. I'll get you back soon. I promise, my man. But guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with this all sorted very, very soon. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so much for your patience. Let's Play Live, week number 4, season number 2 of 2020. We now have Komodo back. He has kicked his brother off the Fortnite download as predicted, and he returns to us in the call right now when we'll be going into Orgless versus Skyfire very soon. But Dion, welcome back.
Thank you. I think a couple of my hairs have gone extra grey now from the stress that just caused me. Because if those are wondering, I am 22 and I've got a lot of grey hairs. You may already see them, but all right. Overpass.
Molding.
Cool. I haven't seen the maps just yet. Let's go.
So breaking it down, starting off already, map number 1 for yourself, Dion. You got to be happy with that. Overpass for Skyfire, and then train for Orgless, exactly as I was sort of expecting to come out of them. They had such a great showing. But with that being said, Skyfire, it was either Order. I think it was Order. They almost beat Order in a best of 1 on train only recently. And it was an actual, throw the way they lost it. So fingers crossed that Skyfire are going to be able to make this one a 2-0. Because, again, by all means, they should. But should is a word that is not often used quite well in Australian Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I agree with you there. It's 3-2-2 is another one that you kind of see a lot of throwing. It was, you know what I just saw then as well, by the way? Dreams, the boost on the sandbags, I don't actually think we saw that at all in the previous game when I was keeping eyes on the CT side, to be honest with you.
Just a jump spot.
All, but no.
Yeah. Saw a couple jump spots, but that was it.
Good to see in the beginnings now, though. That's, August find the first pick. They don't look to crumble too early on. They are still coming to the A stack of the CTs of 3 right now, where there is the kit for Dreams, flashbangs as well to play with right now to afford his teammates potential to frag up. Expect the bomb to go down for Skyfire in this predicament as well. Yeah, to find Dirty, but here it goes, plant down and looking for the hunt.
Looking for it will be Dreams. Moe and Noisier, though, are going to be able to lock it down. And Moe looking fantastic here. 2 more kills. Noisier to find BZ. And there we go. A round that was a 3v5 in favor of Orgless has completely turned on its head. But a great play from Moe. Great play from Noisier. And that is hopefully what we'll see the way that we are going to be watching the rest of the map.
Yeah, well, the force up here as well for the CTs, Conky. We talked about it, that you lose the pistol, you generally force up, especially, when you're on the CT side. You see it more common than the T side, the way the economy rolls these days. But, yeah, no, I'm expecting really different overpass plays to come out from these teams, as we saw from the last 2. It's it felt a really passive approach from Bantz, just time and time again. For this teams, I expect the passive approaches, but I also, kind of expect when one member loses their lives, or even in the beginning of the round, some big rushes in the beginnings, because, I feel like these teams will be more situationally aware.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, Skyfire at the very least. Orgless, they're good. It's just more like I'm not sure if they prac. I'm not sure if they actually spend like a whole lot of time. Whether or not it's just sort of, you know, a more fun team slotting it all together. Whereas Skyfire, you know, I know that they're taking this seriously, you know, to the highest regard. And that's not to say that Orgless aren't, but I definitely know that Skyfire is putting in probably a little bit more work than these guys are. So we'll have to see how the rest of the series goes, because we are only in the opening round. But so far, Moe, he will be taken down very, very low, still facing this man of Lou, but not actually quite going to be able to find the kill. Sidewinder comes out. Very, very nice shot, but BZ will spite back. And that's now a 3-on-3 on the B-bomb side here.
Oh, a bit of a weird camera angle to go topsy-turvy there while the bomb plant was going down. But nevertheless, the Tees do start to get punished with just Lou being the last one alive now. 37 HP behind the armorless scout. Still got to kind of find a name for that. I have jotted that down from the previous one. We'll see what he looks to do here. Escape with a frag if possible. Maybe just take this guy into the next round and see what damage can be done when you're not really expecting the purchase to come up for Orgless either.
So going to be going for that Galil will be Lou. But a nice happy start here for Skyfire. You love to see it. Whether or not they're going to be able to keep the composure for the next few rounds, but potentially as it stands, that looks exactly what we are dealing with right now. So the full buy is still a round away for Orgless. Looks like Lou is going to pick up some armor to go around his Galil. The rest of the members might just be picking up some gentle utility, maybe a pistol here and there. But again, for everyone who is watching at home, might not be as experienced as others. Obviously, what we are witnessing right now is an eco round. So Orgless, they are in a position where they basically want to make sure all the members have just above that $2,000 mark. So they will be able to afford a really, really sort of healthy and competitive buy into what will be the fourth round. And Moe, nice little fade away there on a rewind to start us off.
Yeah, they know that they're just going to be the pistols in this round as well. Lou on the Galil. Don't know if it's revealed itself. They did know that, you know, at least tagged over the scout from the previous round. So we'll see what more damage Moe's going to do here. Here's a Afforded Dreams. Info on TA. Really just farming up that the extra money that the MAC-10, the machine gun, does afford Moe right now. Just hops to and fro around. We'll get punished out by a TA. But yeah, you still, you know, anticipate that this round will be collected by Skyfire.
Should be, and you'd hope it would be, you know, the way it's been running along. Moe obviously going down, but that's A-OK. Clutchy to drop T8 on the other side of the smoke there. Quite a common spam spot, but that's all on the to just BZ. He's got the MAC-10, but I don't think there is many that is cruising on through. So BZ now tries to take down Clutchy, won't be able to find it, but there we have it. Very nicely done. That's three
good
now
start
for Skyfire
on the very good start on the T side, especially when it comes to this map. You know, they're not losing out the forced up second round from Orgless. They secure themselves the good start, but now the purchase is here for Orgless. 2 AWPs for going a hefty amount of utility behind them, but they still do have enough to sway the round in their favor if the situation does arise. And of course, they'll be trying to fight for that with this weaponry right now. Completely blinded. Moe gets swung. Dreams to find the frag as well. Tot also punished, trying to get the trade. So a better start for Orgless in their first purchase round.
And a pretty handsome start there. Obviously, the aggressive flash in was able to afford Dreams with the kill. Rewind did get taken rather low, but they were still in a position where they were able to get the job done. Very, very nice to get the round started for Orgless. But with that being said, still 3 members live on of Skyfire. There are 3 members up, very aggressive towards this B-bomb site, though, in Monster, BZ. TA also holding the line, and now the flashbang comes up. TA will be blinded away. Clutchy to find the entry, BZ to find one, but now Noisier to get it back as well. And as quick as you could blink, it's already down to a 2-on-2 again. Lou in heaven with the AWP. The bomb will be planted, but now it's a Noisier and Dirty crew. And they're looking to win out this round. Dreams is going to give the flashbang. Dirty's on the other side. There it is. And now it's all on the Lou. And does he even go for this, Dion?
I don't think he does. You know, the double AWP investment into a round it can be quite costly when you do lose it out. So if he does challenge it here on the 1 versus 2, no utility, no kit, you know, they're on for the big eco in the next round. They'll be on for the eco anyways. But if you've got the AWP that you can comfortably bring in a situation where your opponents aren't going to be hunting for it, I would say do it. Lou is going to survive with this AWP here. Look to do some damage in the next round, but hopefully the pistols can help his situation right now, because if Orgless don't start to get a couple of rounds on their CT side, this could be a very, very quick overpass.
Could be. And look, it's just nice to see Skyfire starting off with some synergy. That take was super fluid, super succinct, and, they were able to just get onto that site, no frills, and able to lock it down as well on the defense. Dirty with the aggression onto the other side of the smoke, and it's exactly what you expect to see from a roster like Skyfire. So now Lou going for the aggressive peak. They've all picked up deagles to go along with it, but looks like Lou might be found out in a little while, so he chooses to fall away. And now the time does tick a little bit further. And it's going to be Moe picking up the AWP, looking towards short now.
Yeah, well, you'd kind of expect Moe on the AWP for Skyfire, the one that usually does pick it up. And we know what he's capable of. Stacked up against Lou right now. Who would you poise to be able to be quicker in that duel right now? Let's see what the pistols can do, though. We're going back to the Wild West for TA.
There it is.
Clutchy Dreams is going to be funneled out by the flames. The smoke does get pulled out. He's going to be revealed by it. Dirty not able to finalize the frag there either. Imagine if he does lose his life right now. Dreams will be punished for it. So the balance out, 4 versus 4. Now TA, he's looking to do some damage as well.
Dirty able to find another. There we go. 2 kills for him. And now in the position where, once again, it's Lou and Rewind. Lou, unfortunately, with the AWP, likely just going to be heading out once more to try and save onto the weaponry. Well, Rewind chucks a couple of pop shots out. Dirty just waiting patiently. Doesn't want to give away his position. But, yeah, man, look, I'm stoked right now for Skyfire. This is going to be 5 rounds. Relatively unscathed. We had that one close one where they lose the initial members, but after Dirty's able to find that kill into Rewind, he might get taken down by Lou. No, Lou actually misses that shot. So now he's going to be absolutely hightailing it out of there. And look at this. Look at this position. He's done. He's done, Ski. Oh! That's a nice shot.
Maybe not. No, you'll survive here. Well, it's good to see that he does survive with the AWP. He does have, money behind himself that he could have repurchased it if he wanted to as well. But, you always take survivability with it. Now they can get a second one in the mix, utility to back it up. So they're back to where they were 2 rounds ago. But can they change the outcome that we did see? Skyfire, they're sitting very comfortable with extra money in their back pockets. The wallet is just bleeding out with money for the next round. If they win it, even more so. But this is definitely the time for Orgless to get a regal on in this game.
Definitely the time. So whether or not that double AWP setup's actually going to be enough to lock it down, we'll have to see. Looks like Skyfire once again going for that default, just sort of chilling for a little while to see what is going to be finding their way. BZ starts to hear the flames come out. Clutchy's going to be able to find the opener there. Clutchy also not quite good for the second. Noisia, though, will be able to burn down TA. And now Skyfire, do they continue this attack and the assault on the B bomb site? The flames will go down to the barrels, locking them out for a little while longer, but Rewind slowly just waiting for them to push on up towards this site. Dirty will be caught off. Great positioning from Rewind. And now in the 3-on-2, Moe does get his way out back towards Monster. But him and Noisia might be able to lock this one down still.
Yeah, well, they've been playing together for such a long time right now, so the synergy between these two has to be very strong, has to be very crucial to hold this one off. Moe's good for one. Noisia as well. Lucky to find the one onto Dreams. Now it's just going to be down to Lou. He does burn Noisia. So the 1 versus 1, the battle of the AWPs. This is what I was hoping for right now, but the smoke down. He's just going to look to stick it with the kit. Actually not. It'll bait out the position of Moe. He sees the feet. He can't quite jump over the smoke to dodge the bullet. There's time to get the defuse and Orgless. They get their first round on the board.
Damn, bro. That was close. Very, very close. And I know
Moe's likely feeling that one a little bit, but, you know, look, at the end of the day, the amount of damage and the amount of, you know, goods that they've been able to take out of the hands of the Orgless boys is always a good result. So they can happily move on into the next round now, which will be the 7th, and hopefully just continue to charge accordingly. So Orgless have been able to reinvest, but now a round found by Skyfire will mean an economic reset and putting them into an awkward situation going forward.
Yeah, well, look at this aggression for Skyfire. Already got Dirty out the door right now just to, you know, safeguard off that angle, clear everything double so out in towards the site. BZ making a jump noise, falling off his teammate on the wood would reveal sneakiness than they were looking to plan for. But Dreams, if he opens the door at the right time, it's already open for him. He'll be afforded a free frag right there. And the CTs are starting to clean up with Skyfire trying to bring it back right now. Dirty good for one. Unsure if he spotted out Dreams on the cross. He's got no flames to push Dreams out. He's just going to comfortably sit pretty there. They know Skyfire have to stay on this B site because if things start to get silent, the smoke fades, Lou will just peek and gather all the information needed.
Yeah, a minute left on the clock. They've got plenty of time to really sort of slowly feel this one out. But with the bomb sitting actually outside Monster now, the reposition could throw the boys from Skyfire off a little bit, but the boys from Orgless, but instead they are actually going to just keep their composure, keep their cool, just wait nice and patiently, and surely Noisier and Dirty, they're going to have to make a decision in just a couple of seconds. There we go, all the reposition from Dreams, now Noisier moving in, 30 seconds remain, there will be the kill found, now into a 2-on-2, and that's actually made them move. It's only slight, but that might be just enough that they should be able to find at least a plant here, as Dirty is keen to go aggressive.
Yeah, well, Lou, he's just going to try and stop Noisia from getting across, but the flashbang will allow him to get this bomb plant down. Flame's a little bit too delayed. It's not even going to tick him down. Reman finds Noisia. The pre-fire out from Dirty does solidify the information over to Orgless. He gets a great shot on Lou, the pre-fire as well. Thought it might have been a flashbang, but it's a smoke, and he can't get it done on top of it, unfortunately. Orgless will get another round here, but I gotta say, man, like, to not just leave the site, to expect them to still be here because the repositioning that comes out from Dreams, you know, the cross of the short tunnel, they know that they're still in this B site, nobody needs to care a flank potential. Really well done by Orgless.
Yeah, look, they've certainly brought it back, and I mean, whilst the economy is still being kept honest by Skyfire, they are in a position where they still can force up. Clutchy's going to have something brought over for him. Dirty, what's he got on the floor? Potentially looking down. There we go. There's the AK back. Clutchy's onto the MAC-10. But no AWP for Orgless, Dion. That's the only thing here, you know. They've not been able to afford it, and they've obviously been heavily relying on that double-up setup now.
Yeah, well, without that AWPs, they're looking to be aggressive towards Fountain. The flashbangs, they are starting to catch him a little bit off guard. Lou, lucky enough to escape. 35 HP to spare. Now he'd be definitely wishing that he had an AWP to offset the balance there. But, you know, if they had the AWPs, they wouldn't be challenging Fountain, you would expect right now. Play a more passive route that's been working in the rounds that they have found. So, we'll have to wait and see what they do, shake things up when they get those AWPs back. But for now, you know, no real utility for Skyfire to play with. That's quite concerning.
Yeah, not a whole lot in the arsenal at all. And I mean, Lou obviously being taken quite low. He's the only man with a kit in play as well. And Moe, he's actually gone for the glass cannon AWP. Not something you'd see, I guess, super regularly when you are on the T side on the offense. It's always a little bit rough, you know, if you do get that one shot put upon you. But now just sitting in that smoke grenade ready to start to march on out. Clutchy has surely spotted out one and short just then. Definitely has been. There he goes. Goes for the swing. The sidewinder, the drive-by, and there's a second kill as well. Great stuff from Clutchy.
Yeah, really well done. The versatility of the MAC-10, knowing exactly to jump around and use the submachine gun to its best ability there. Second one was just a superb shot, but this boost loot is allowed to find Noisia. That'll hurt the cause of Skyfire to hold out this site right now. They have to go for the challenges because, you know, actually looking at it, there's no utility for Orgless as well, so they can't even get a smoke down off Flames to push out Skyfire. Now the top finds one, they line up for Lou. Doesn't work out as Clutchy will get the 3K in the end, and the result of the round goes to Skyfire. That is a reset of the economy though. So Orgless, you look at it, Lou's the only real one with money.
He is, yep.
But that's exactly what you want to see from Skyfire, right? The reset is good. They do it at an appropriate time. And now, as you mentioned, Lou, he's been able to at least pick up the Deagle and the Kevlar to go along with it. But yeah, look, they're in an awkward spot. Skyfire should, technically, by all means, find 7 now. And Orgless just have to sort of sit back and scratch their heads a little bit. But it'll actually be Orgless doing some of the head scratching of their own.
Look at this from TA, just biding time. Noisia will get the best of him. BZ good for one. The pistols certainly putting in some great damage in this round right now, but they're going to have to... Oh, wait, they've got the bomb. Ah, well, that's a bit difficult for Skyfire.
How's that happened? Oh no, now they know as well. Surely they've got to know. I mean, Dreams has no Kevlar, so it's going to be tough regardless. Tot moving down. Oh, all right, yeah, Tot should find it too.
There
okay,
it is. All right.
That's lucky.
Imagine that.
That's
though,
lucky,
man. Like, yeah, you lose the bomb, and just by chance you find where both of the players are. Like, oh, your heart's pounding at that moment. Like, oh, we're losing the pistols. Not like this. Not like this. Oh, we found them. Sweet. Let's just get rifles into the next round. Speaking of, the AWPs are back.
The AWPs are back. Are they going to be able to do anything with said AWPs? That will be the question. Just give it time. See what will be occurring. But yeah, look. Skyfire again. Definitely putting up some better results. And some expected results.
Oh, this is huge information right now. TA finds Clutchy, no trade happening. You know, it might suggest things are starting to happen over towards the A side as well. Lou might get caught off guard if he doesn't fall back right now, but the reposition, he could surely find one. He misses a shot on Moe. How is he allowed to escape with that? The Flames will get him in the end. Moe and Tot both finding a frag apiece. The Skyfire boys, the man advantage right now. Rewind needs to cause a little bit of an upset, but not possible. The round is most likely going over to Skyfire from here. To Orgless even just attempt a retake. No kits, no utility. They're gonna have to save.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to save in the end here. Just taking the time to relax, fall on out, and try and take these weapons into the next round. So that's gonna be the half led out by Skyfire. Again, it is their map pick, so it is at least a solid position to be in. But obviously that doesn't mean that we don't have anything into the next map. So Train will be the next.
Train, okay.
The way that Skyfire is rolling along, looks like it's could very well be that 2-0 that we potentially talked about.
Well, don't put Orgless down for the count too early, even though, you know, Skyfire got a comfortable leg up in this matchup here. They have secured the half no matter what. If Orgless get up to 7... Okay, no shots through the other pallets there. Don't even think the AK bullets could go through that thickness, but I digress. The AWP is saved over into the new round, which will be backed up by a couple of pistols. But yeah, Skyfire, they went out the half no matter what. Any extra money they're finding, any extra rounds right now is just, I guess you could say, adding a bit of insult to injury over Orgless. You know, it's not their map. They've not put up numbers before on it, so they are the underdogs in this matchup as well. I guess most people would agree with me in that front.
Yeah. But BZ, he's got something to say about that. The hero AWP does find the opening pick, and Moe may very well actually walk into the line as well. BZ finds the shot. You know, you go for the contest, Mo, but it is always putting yourself in that unfortunate position. Facing off against a blind AWP shot. But still, Skyfire, despite being in the man disadvantage, you know, they're only going up against a couple of Deagles, 3 to be exact, in hands of TA, Lou, and Rewind. BZ, though, still down towards that B bomb site with the AWP, locking it down, and they've been locking it down well.
Yeah, well, there's still a bunch of time on the clock for Skyfire to try and piece things together. A good jiggle peek from Clutch. He finds BZ. Do they know that the extra player's here? They now do, with TA falling back. Remember, it's just these pistols from Orgless, and when it comes down to close quarters, they can certainly whack out some damage, but it's not going to be the case right now, with Lou being the last one alive for Orgless. The Deagle, he'd have to open the door, which would make noise. There's no weapons around him that he can gather, so now they know where he is. The communication from Tot helping the case right there. It will be a 9th round over to Skyfire. We will see the bye in the next round, though, for Orgless.
Good bit of composure there, taking down the 4. No additional members of Skyfire to go down, so they can continue to march. Happily, no real sort of prospect at all of being reset, at least in the remainder of this half. BZ is going to go for that secondary AWP as well. So it has been doing very well for them. I feel like, despite the fact that Orgless only have 2 rounds, I feel like a few more of these have been definitely closer than expected. But
well, they've just been closer, not really than expected. You know, I was positioning these boys, these rounds to be close. The scoreline, it doesn't look like that, but there's definitely been some close rounds as well. So, yeah, it's what you talked about. I'm not sure if it was last week. You know, sometimes the scorelines can be very difficult, but it can still be quite a close game if you've only got 1 or 2 players surviving in the rounds.
yeah, for sure. For sure. I need to watch that show again. Have you seen Workaholics? Great show.
No, I have not.
Would recommend.
Hey, you know what else we can recommend?
What?
Counter-Strike 7 Mate, Thursdays. Mornings, midnights.
Wednesday, 12 p.m. 12 a.m. That one.
Yeah, 0000
AM.
Thursday.
Yeah. Be there or be square. Make sure it is.
I like this position from TA right now. If there's no flashbang, he could do something, but unfortunately for him, Clutchy swings, 30 good for one. Clutchy afforded another one, and well, this is just a big summer blockbuster blowout. Skyfire, they've rented out the whole blockbuster, and they ain't returning them for a week. Yes, I was around the blockbuster, by the way.
Yeah, dude, that's understandable. You gotta love that one.
Double digits.
So just trying to, yeah, like I can't. I'm honestly a little bit taken back, to be quite honest.
No. Oh. That's tilting. That's what tilts is made of.
Should have seen the round last night where literally, like the exact tick.
Alice says through the wall.
Goes to the next round. Yeah, Ali's thing, man. Oh my god. Absurd.
I just here. You just said, what did I miss? Did I miss something?
Yeah, we were talking about, because it was such a one-sided game, we were just talking about like other things. And then, yeah, that happened.
Yeah. Ali does have big surprises.
Nice opening pick there, found by Moe. So once again, we do see the old hero AWP saved around Lou. It's only really been him on the journey. And obviously BZ a couple of those rounds as well. But yeah, man, look, again, I'm not surprised. I guess I'm kind of just happy that it's going the way it should. Skyfire absolutely charging. They're having no real stoppages, They are looking fluid and they're getting the job done. And if they continue up this form, it may be a possibility for them to actually, find their way back into this tournament more so than being in that lower bracket, Yes, they're going to be there, but if they are able to actually make their way up a little bit more and get towards those finals, that'd be really, really exciting. Lou, though, great shot. Wait a minute. Hang on a second.
Yeah, but
TA's found 2. Lou's got 2. And how have they let them live inside? But okay, never mind. Never mind.
You know what I just realized as well?
What?
We don't have to, talk about domains or sovereigns or anything now, because we can use the word control.
True.
It's like one of those like consistent words when it comes to Counter-Strike, you know? You gather control of an area. It's one of the things.
So sitting inside Party. Unfortunately, no more than just the balloons here for Dreams. But he does push forward a little bit further. So that's actually some aggressive control that may benefit the Orgless side. Lou still holding onto that AWP. Noisier and Dirty now heading out from the bathrooms. But there you go. The shot has been pulled from Lou. And now with the cross, he does choose to reposition. But he's taken down by Top. And now this time they've cleared both sides of the toilets. And they'll be looking to get into the bank position as well. Skyfire. This is a round that they should be winning. But the bomb is in spawn again.
Yeah, you'd expect them to be winning this, especially now that Orgless are kind of conceding their domain over at A. Looking to save this weaponry into the next round. You know, they've got money to put into it as well. It'll be the last round of the half. And, you know, I know that there is a difference, but to them, you know, what's the difference between a 10-3 going into an 11-4? You know, they can look to recover that in the next bit, right?
Absolutely. So at least they're going to be able to save these weapons into the next round. So, yeah, look, Skyfire 11, obviously in the position where they're going to be able to net themselves a pretty healthy-looking full buy. The Orgless boys who hope to kick on and bring it back into the next half, but it's been very, very dominant for the Skyfire team. And now spotting out these remaining members, might be able to take them down. Nope, in the end, it will just be BZ. Luckily, the remaining members, though, still kick on for Skyfire. They did lose a couple more, but they've got all that they could need into the final round of the half here, looking to make it 12-3.
You know, it kind of astounds me that they're still, you know, trying to get this double AWP set up here, because to me, it's not really working, you know. Sometimes they're just getting caught off guard because they are missing AWP shots where if they had a rifle, there's more bullets that they can be charging out. So why not just keep that weapon there? It's, you know, the strategy of the teams, you know, they may just be stuck in their ways. It may work for them. They're hoping that they could get it brought back and, you know, but for right now, it hasn't been working. And they're not changing it up. It looks like it's been observed that they're not changing it up. It's that's where I kind of find it a bit unfortunate for Orgless right now.
Yeah, certainly not able to give it their all by any means, but regardless, it's a good sign for Skyfire as opposed to it is a bad sign for Orgless, you know. Definitely not underperforming. It's just the Skyfire show right now, but Rewind is able to fight back well. Dirty goes down after finding his opening pick. Now a 4v3. Bomb will be planted. Noisier getting that one down. Moe sitting inside short. BZ looks for the shot, but he does miss it. Catches him off guard a little bit, but Dreams, he's going to be able to show up at the right time. And now Moe with the boomstick inside short. It's always a struggle here to try and go for this defense. He does cross onto the other side. He does have the lineup. Will he go for it, though? He legs! No! No, Moe! That is such a classic Moe thing to happen, dude.
Bro, imagine aiming at the feet, though.
Hey, it's an AWP, man. It should be a one-shot kill.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. But yeah, those AWPs. I mean, look, you weigh it up for Orgless in that round. It was the rifles that did it. You know, TA in the beginning with the pop flash got the frag. Dreams also shining up for 2 with that M4A4. AWPs really didn't do anything for Orgless in that round. So I don't know. We'll see if they change it up on the T side, because you generally don't see two AWPs on the T side.
This is true. This is true. So now, checking up on what we've got in the store. Of course, the utility. In the side of Skyfire, it's just a single flashbang for Noisier. Does have the kit to work with as well. Orgless looking like they're going to be going for that B execute, getting the molly out towards barrels, it would appear, potentially, and then the smoke up towards heaven. A couple of flashbangs as well. But it is quite an aggressive stack from Skyfire over towards this B site too. They've got the 3 members. TA, though, to find the opener on the Clutchy, and now Dirty will reposition. It's going to be a challenge. TA to drop him. Now Noisia, what's he going to be able to hold down onto? Because the boost will come through, but man, it's a 3-on-5, and it's going to be a very challenging one to find their way back in.
Definitely will be. Now that the flash is gone as well, they have to rely on these pistols getting some early picks, and I say early because time's of the essence for them right now. They're swinging through, and TA, Lou, they both find a pick. Tot's just down to 3 HP. He gets finished off in the end as well. Orgless, they find the pistol round, which is definitely a step in the right direction for them right now, but they need to make sure that after a step becomes a jog and then a run, because they need to get things happening. It's going to look like a marathon for them.
Certainly a marathon CSGO as opposed to a sprint, but they're keeping their momentum up regardless. Hoping to bring it back now. The full force in from Skyfire. As we always mention, a very, very common play. Clutchy spots out a couple of members in short. He's got the 5-7. Typically would see maybe some earlier aggression in towards short, but they're going to just relax on the B site. Noisy is still inside the connector. Orgless have got a little bit of control into short water. And there you go, Dirty does try to run for it, but unfortunately, he will actually get blinded a little bit by his teammate, and he does go down in the process.
Well, Kevlar behind some pistols, a scout to play with. But Dream's just dancing around the bomb site. Not doing anything really. The bomb will go down here for Orgless, turning it into afterplant scenario as well. And you know, really, it's just kind of the reiterative statement. What can Skyfire do in a 5 versus 3 situation yet again?
So yeah, now Orgless, they've certainly got the momentum onto this T side, and they need to keep it up as well. If this is where they can really start to make Skyfire sweat a little bit, it could be a potential prospect for, I guess it's partly a comeback as well, but you know, starting off on the first map, being able to drop down Skyfire would be massive, and then to go on into something that they're really comfortable in train, that would be huge. So still, in the eyes of the beholder, it should be Skyfire to bring it through. But if Orgless can keep up this momentum, could be a little bit of a cause for concern for Skyfire.
Most definitely. Because they're not going to be purchasing up in this round. The money, you know, if they save everything here, next round they'll be afforded a really good purchase. You know, armor with M4s, AWP, Kevlar, of course, behind that, utility. So wait and see what's going to happen here. Do they go for the stack or the just added aggression? Do they just try to get this round done and dusted with? It's going to be the aggression actually coming out from Orgless straight in towards the B site right now. Lou with this Mac 10, he's just jumping around, seeing what he can do. Dirty, he'll be punished. Clutchy good for one as well. A little bit of chaos being thrown into the mix right now, but will look to settle down. Noisia, actually if he just goes through the smoke and catches him off guard, BZ will spot him just down to Todd.
Yeah, no, nicely done there from Orgless. Again, just able to find their way onto the site nicely. Not really getting stopped at all, except for that kill from Clutchy. So now, as we see it, they've managed to secure themselves 7 rounds. Tot just waiting down. He will be able to at least find one headshot onto Dreams. But that might be all she wrote, unless he just wants to try and keep some more members onto the site. But TA, he'll be able to find it. 7-11, feeling like a Slurpee, as they will be able to now only be 4 rounds away from tying this one up.
It's been years since I've had a Slurpee from 7-Eleven, mate.
Well, look, let's just say 7-Eleven only came to Perth like a couple years ago.
Really?
We never had it. Yeah, never had it.
Yeah, the more you know.
And then it only came recently.
Well, for Skyfire right now, Noisia's the only one with the kit, so If it does get called to arms, I'll have to make sure they're tracking of the kit. But Dirty, start things off by finding Lou. Will be a good circumstance for Skyfire to get back into this game. You know, haven't really had things rocking over for them on this CT side just yet, but a leg up is a good start.
Opening pick, always good. But with still plenty of time left on the clock, Tot will be able to at least punish one more. So just a nice methodical 3v5 as it stands from Skyfire, just slowly finding those picks here and there. Tot will reposition out towards the end of long. But I guess from Skyfire, we can just sort of take a bit of a step back and look, what do we need to see? You know, I just got to be in a position for some more trades, you know, not looking to over-aggress without reason. But yeah, Tot, just as you have discovered, he's done quite well here.
Well, you'll hear the utility going down now as well. The communication to his team, all of them are, you know, not on the side itself, but they've overlooked Tot. Does he itch trigger discipline? He's looking for it, but he's missing out. No, not like this, Tot. Oh my, the time has not been bought enough to deny the plan from going down. Look, Orgless, they could definitely look to recover this right now as well. There's no utility for Skyfire. There's only flashbangs for the T's, but that funnels BZ into Moe's crosshairs. The second one, Rewind's punished. TA is the lonesome ranger now to play with. And at 9 points of HP, I don't think he's capable of doing it right now, but he's certainly not going down without a fight.
He's got no time.
Yeah, I didn't even hear it get ticked.
Now, look, I thought he was going to go for some like big round-the-world play, but when the bomb's planted for Bank, there's not really a whole lot you can do there. But at least what Orgless did was they kept the economy of Skyfire honest. They haven't allowed them to find a whole lot of money. And they are going to be able to move into this one with a very healthy buy up against Skyfire. Clutchy down on the Famous. He hasn't been having a super stellar one just yet, but then again, you know, new to the roster, gotta give it time.
Yeah, no, most definitely. You know, it's always that little grace period. The players will have to re-establish themselves into a roster, or just establish themselves when they're new to a roster, I would rather say here. You know, the re-establishment of Brace into Bantz comes to mind there, but I digress. BZ started to clear a bunch of angles down through connector right now. Tot may get the better of him as he's overlooked one of the most common angles that you'll see a player be seated, and I guess shot that up to the gun being in his right hand as opposed to his left hand in this game of Counter-Strike, because for those wondering, you can actually change where your weaponry is stanced on your screen.
Or you could be one of those really annoying people and just like have the bind so you can just keep swapping it back and forth. Ugh. I literally cannot watch Lasky videos. He's a phenomenal player. I just can't. It's just, oh man.
You know what I used to do?
What?
Guns in my right, knife in my left. So whenever I hit 3, it would switch over to the left, and then everything else was in my right hand. Just one of those things. Because I had, it just, that's what I like. I don't know. But here we go. The Storm into the A site right now. There was the calm before the Storm. Tot, does he try to be the Thunder right now? He's actually going to get punished through the cloud and be silent.
Well done there. Now locking down the site, it looks like immediately Clutchy and Dirty have called for the save. And why wouldn't you? You know, it's in a position now where there's no real way back into the site. Noisia might have been able to stop them down a little bit more, but unfortunately the swing that did come through from the T's wasn't very easy to defend. So that's another round that goes the way of Orgless. And they are making it look pretty solid here. I'm just happy with the way this game has sort of been going. You know, it felt a little bit slow, I guess. That's definitely for sure. Like, hasn't been like a big hype game or anything like that. But at least, you know, it's a close one. And there's no, like, real wild messes or anything like that. It's just, you know, clean, tactical Counter-Strike.
Yeah, exactly. Tactical Counter-Strike is exactly right. But I feel like in these sort of circumstances, when it does get down to the really close nitty-gritty rounds and everything, it's not so much as the team's capacity to frag. They're not their individual prowess. It comes down to big mentality, you know, because if you're feeling down in the dumps in certain rounds, that can actually put your whole team off, and it can have a knock-on effect into the next rounds. And I think, you know, you'd agree with me, that's one of the things that usually caught Skyfire off guard, you know, was that big mentality and their big focus to staying high in the spirits in this game. And that's where I think Pocket Psych will have the biggest impact for this roster.
Yeah, for sure. And here's that boost that we were talking about. Clutchy just waiting patiently. There is one. There is two.
No.
Oh, no. Don't. No. Oh, man. Never mind. I was just saying there's been no, like, mess. But we've just seen it then. Could have had it all, man. The fame, the fortune. The 4v5. But unfortunately, it has been given away. TA walking through the fire and the flames there briefly. Dirty will be able to at least get one. Picks up the AK. But he is already going to be hightailing it out of there. Looking for the save. Nothing to hold on to for this man anymore. Doesn't want to try and reaggress. Doesn't want to lose that AK. Just wants to take it into the next rounds. So again, as we see it, we see Orgless putting in some work, making Skyfire really sort of sweat for it.
That's Moe. As I say, that's that 3-man tower boost was the milestone of the round. You know, if it works out, that's 2 frags there, and that's Skyfire. You know, probably able to recover some weaponry, able to shape the rounds into their image, but they lose out the other frags there, unfortunately, because Rewind's just toying with them, just juggling out the rifle there and not giving them anything. Eventually checking it. It's Orgless goes in their favor.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I'm just happy that they've been able to bring it back the way that they have. And obviously Skyfire, you know, going in with that pause now, it's like, let's take some time, work it out, see what actually we need to do to continue on this path to victory. Because if, Skyfire, as I mentioned, you know, potential 2-1, if Skyfire were unable to take their map, I don't know, man. You know, Orgless, they're still a good team. And if they let, well, if Skyfire let them through the door, you know, they're not going to be leaving anytime soon.
An open door. Invite as many people in, but not during these times, of course.
Poor Melbourne.
I was
feel bad for you guys.
That, to be honest with you. Man, it's literally as well like. Now let's not get onto this topic because I've got a lot of heated passion for it.
It's gonna just make you sad.
It's just gonna make me like, what's the word? I've lost the word.
Just like you've lost the plot.
Yeah,
but that's okay.
Like I've lost faith in Melburnians.
Oh god, yeah, no. Also, it's a little bit disappointing, you know. Us New Zealand people, us Perth people, we've just sort of cruised on through, haven't we? You know.
Hey, I stayed in my bedroom for like most of it, so.
Yeah, well, man, we can have like 50% capacity festivals again. Like, that's how crazy it's getting. Like, we're almost back to normal. But I just think that I'm not going to be able to go anywhere because apparently our border is like firmly locked down with no questions asked until all of Australia. So it's like, I'm bored. But speaking of not being bored, okay, never mind. Noisy is not bored. He's fine.
Well, let's see what the 10 players can do in this server right now. Everybody's going to have some weaponry. You're already seeing the force up for Orgless. Oh, actually, you know what that just instilled in my mind? And this may trigger a bunch of people. 10 of Australia's finest Counter-Strike players locked in a room. You get it, right?
I get it. I'm always there.
I was gonna say if that forward on bloody opening, I was gonna say, like, surely there's no Australian watching that hasn't seen that ad.
Oh, man. There used to be some bloody gem ads back in the day, hey? Oh, all right. Very nice start.
Crispy.
So now in a 4v5, once again, despite giving a round back, basically saying, we're not going to let you guys win. Unfortunately, Skyfire, they've left the door open again this time. So Lou has decided to let himself in. But now there's still 40 seconds on the clock. And as they walk up to the top of connector, Moe, if he finds the right timing here, they will line up, but he can only do the damage onto one. And I mean, he did actually find the right bit of timing there in the end because there was some members inside the connector there. So now rotating up, but now they're actually heading back. Oh, they've done well. Look at this call, Dion. Run with it, brother.
Clutchy? Clutchy just gave away a shot, but they line up for him. It doesn't even matter. Noise is good for one. They now know where BZ is. It's 10 seconds. They know he has to go for the plant.
Wow.
Noise is ambitious enough to challenge. I am very confuzzled. Yeah.
Whoever made that call was huge.
Well, because Moe in the death cam would have seen the players run up through connector and out through fountain as well through main. So he would have done the call probably A. But then, yeah, whoever either heard some metal steps down through connector on their rotation, you know, going through maze, because that drew them back, right? I think that if you're next to the sandbags, you can hear footsteps of metal, or maybe they heard the door if somebody closed it.
Yeah, nice. No, just really, really well read. Really, really well read indeed. So that puts Skyfire in a position where they will be able to at least keep up their momentum. You know, they've had a few rounds where they were unsuccessful coming through recently. So now they do get back on the board. And they'll be able to continue on rolling. And they're only 2 rounds away from victory, picking up that very, very first map of the series. So again, Train will be the second. And I actually have to look up in what is meant to be the third again. I just can't remember off the top of my mind. Nuke. Wow. Overpass, Train, Nuke. In a best of 3 of these two teams. Like, how odd.
The best pool.
Yeah. Literally.
The best map pool.
No
like
crap at all. It's just good.
Map into...
Yep. Just good quality maps.
Well, I guess it chalks it up. It's not your puggers maps, which is where we feel it is the good quality. Because, you know, other people may say that good quality is, you know, your Mirage Inferno, your Dust 2. I'm just leaving it there to go purposely.
Anyone that says Mirage, man, they need to be banned. I honestly so I played a couple of games of MM last night.
And
it was just
with
like
Ali and
with Ali and Mia and it was just like Mirage. It's just like I don't miss this.
Well,
I don't miss this at all.
I had the finals on between Chaos and Mythic today.
Oh yeah.
It ended with Vanity getting a 4K spray down on the B side of Mirage. His first tweet is just still hate Mirage.
Yeah,
still hate Mirage, dude.
Oh, well, I played, obviously, for a little bit with, like, Cheeseball and stuff. And Mirage was their perma veto.
Yeah, was that when they were under Old Fury?
Yeah. Yep.
Like, yeah,
to play with them for a couple
Pelican
weeks,
days.
which was cool.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes, sir. That was a good bunch of boys. I miss Carlin. I don't think he plays anymore. He's a really, really nice guy.
Well, this could be match done and dusted here if Skyfire do win this round right now. It's a bit of an interesting assortment of weaponry that they do have in this one. Noisier, MP9, and AK, and M4, and AUG, and an AWP. I love this boost, though, coming out from Dirty. If that door opens, he'll be able to potentially pelt some bullets to somebody's face. But we'll wait and see if that is going to be the outcome, because Moe's very forward in short water. I've just noticed that as well with the AWP poise. So a very interesting stack-up of 4 players on the B side for Skyfire, with Tot being the only member here. He'll hear footsteps. He sees a gun barrel. He finds not the frag. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate, but the wall bang is afforded. And whilst BZ does get the trade, the rotation is anticipated for Skyfire.
Yeah, now they can get sort of back on the board, rotate up towards that A position, leaving the one sole member just sort of getting the information towards B. It'll be Clutchy cruising up short there.
With 45 seconds remaining, though, they still do have time to go towards B, but it looks like it might be an all-out brawl towards this A site shortly. 4 versus 4. Slowly making the time tick down, slowly getting that utility up, and there it will be. We will expect the rotate in just a second coming up now. Yes, we will. Dirty starts to march up, but here we go. 20 seconds remain. The A site's attacked. What have we got?
Clutchy's the one, but he's blinded off as well as Rewind, and it actually fades away for Rewind, who also finds Noisia peeking at the wrong time. This is going very well for Orgless, with Moe being nowhere to be found. The Flames will keep him at bay from peeking and jump up for right now. 1 versus 3. The money's in the bin for Skyfire. They've got 6 rounds of padding. It'll turn into 5 right now. They can lay their heads down with a comfy little pillow. They may even opt for a pause after this just to see what money they've got, because there will be a purchase in the next one. But I don't think we're going to see a double AWP setup. I would like to, though, to come out from Skyfire. Not going to lie.
Yeah, Clutchy just, like, completely gave up there. That was pretty funny. He's like, I'm blind, I'm dead. It's fine. I'm just going to give up. And Moe will at least be able to find 1 kill inside connector, getting the defense. And now we'll save the AWP. And looking at the rest of the team's money, they could very well buy into this one in the end.
I expected so. You know, Noisia's comfortable to go on the MP9. The rest of them can get the M4s with utility and a kit behind it as well. Although if they do purchase up with the full utility, it's just going to be down to Famous for Clutchy. But yeah, you look at this round and it's like, you know, if Skyfire do lose it, it's not the end of the world, right? There's still another map to be played. If they lose a round, they've got another purchase at least established in a couple of rounds' time. If they don't just continue to force up, because we've seen that before. Not from this roster, really, but you know, Moe starting things off with the AWP will certainly help the cause of Skyfire closing this map out with, you know, a bit of distance, which I guess you would have expected.
Oh, yeah. So in this position again, Noisia are happy to what did I just say Noisia are? That's a great DJ group, by the way. I'm losing my mind. Noisia are good for kill, yes. Very good. Nice.
Oh, here we go.
So
it's always the rounds that, like, it gets closed on the most silly rounds, right? You've got a pistol rush down mid. You've just got a quiet round where one team just finds frag after frag, but it's not at the exact same time. There's space, there's time delay between them all. Now they know where TA is as well. It's like, all right, what's going to happen here? TA for clutch of the LPL series?
look, if it does come out, it might be. But there we go. No, in the end, it's going to be the kill straight through the door, and that's exactly as you say it, right? You know, we've had a relatively, like, hotly contested game most of the way through. Pretty exciting, you know? Everyone sort of showing up to the table when necessary and everything like that. And then it ends like that. A very, like, not a bad round, not an ugly round, just a very boring round that just sort of is like, okay, they won. I guess we go to the next game then. Like, hey.
Well, it is gonna be into you know those laughs. Yeah, you know those laughs that when you hear that laugh, you can't help but laugh as well.
You sounded like that kid just said. It's like, did you ever have a dream? And you
yeah.
All right, well, we're losing our minds right now, but that's absolutely okay. It's been a long day, but we are now moving across to Train. So obviously Orgless versus Skyfire that we've just witnessed, obviously, the previous map, 16-9 or 10. I think it was 10. But I'm pretty happy to see that Skyfire have managed to secure that one. Again, you know, obviously a really, really solid roster that's had waves of up and down performances, you know, either going toe-to-toe with the best or falling apart at the finish line against not the worst, but certainly some lesser experienced teams. So now we move on to Train. Train is the selection of Orgless, and I will actually just have to open up and find the game where they did manage to win it out on. But I've seen Orgless do some really, really good work on this map of Train.
Yeah, well, Train's one of those maps that you usually would see the double AWPs being brought out, and also it's Paradox versus Control, where August 116-12 is what you're thinking of.
Yeah,
I got
that's
that
what I just
firmly
say
in my
there.
head. Yeah, but the double AWP setup is something you'd be expecting to come out into in Train more often over Overpass. So in them already getting out the double AWPs in Overpass, I'm very well expecting it to be present on the CT side when it comes to Train in this matchup. But I got to say, Orgless have found a map of Train before. They're comfortable, very comfortable picking it into a Skyfire. So I think I'm more excited for this map than I was for the previous one in Overpass.
Yeah, no, 100%. And as we talk about, Train, it's all about those AWPs, right? It's super crucial to have the A bomb site locked down, the outer site. Typically, you might even see, up to 3 AWPs picked up on a very map like this. Usually 2, maybe one sort of playing that connector rotator, then the other around the back green line, typically where you'd sort of see like device play, kind of that kind of stuff. But yeah, look, it's obviously my favorite map. It's awesome to watch and to play for me. I mean, playing it is a little bit more challenging, like on the T side if you're solo, but when you've actually got a 5 who is willing to sort of go out, they know some utility, it's a phenomenal map. And I mean, a lot of people would disagree with me, but yeah, shut up.
No, I agree with you there. Like, it is a really good map. Like, when it comes to the map pool of 7, I hold Overpass and Train right up there at the very top. Then I've got Nuke, and then, Vertigo and Dust 2 I keep down at the bottom with Mirage just above that. And Inferno is, it's a kind of... I'll play Inferno, but I don't play the game. So, I mean...
Inferno for me is right? Like... It's like the map's not bad. The map is not bad. It's like I've seen it played to absolute perfection. Like you'd think some of the really, really big series that have gone down on that map, obviously the Boston Major where Cloud9 beat FaZe. You think obviously about the Nifty 50 at IEM Sydney. Like Inferno has had some phenomenal games that have gone into big overtimes, big individual performances. But then you play it in Australia and it's literally just people holding W and not knowing what to do, or then they do the opposite and they're too scared to do anything. And it just makes for like really poor CS. The only teams that I really enjoy watching in the region are typically, like your Avants, your Orders, and your Renegades.
Stuff, yeah. No, I agree with you on that one. It's almost time right now for Counter-Strike that new maps, we need them. It's stale. We need a breath of fresh air, It's like, well, we're starting to see changes from a certain other game that's popped up, which is good, It'll only progress Counter-Strike to be better, right? But I feel, and like a lot of people will be talking about this as well, when we see the same maps being played time and time again, it does just get very stale. And we're knowing what we're expecting. There's now no longer teams that are creating up completely new strategies, because it's like, well, we've seen a lot of strategies just come and go, and they can pull one out of the strat book from any odd team and try and deploy that. So, yeah, I think personally it's time for a bit of a change up in the active map duty pool.
Well, man, it's like you think about some of the maps that we've had in the past and some of the changes that have come out, like Cobble, the way they absolutely dismantled that map, like anyone who's actually had a chance to play it in matchmaking ever since like it was taken out of the active pool, hideous, man. Like it's so like, difficult. What have you done? How have you done that thing? And then like, Vertigo, they changed about 16 times in the first couple months. And you're right in that sense. Like, there's some maps where if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But then there's other ones where it's like, keep it exciting, rotate some stuff out. I mean, people are talking about like Anubis and stuff. Get it in.
Yeah.
Whip it around. Have some fun with it, like, there, let's give some other stuff a go.
It's also like some of the maps that we've got now, all they need is a bit of a facelift, a bit of a different, scheme around it. You could change Overpass from being this construction type thing. You could change it to being maybe futuristic. I know it goes against the Counter-Strike nostalgia and the theme of the whole thing, but it is possible, right? You could just give it a bit of a graphics lift and shift like we've seen with Cash. And although Cash was very green and the agent skins was a thing, they're starting to fix it all, right? So it maybe does just need a bit of a lift and shift. But yeah, if we're talking maps to bring in, your Sub-Zero, your Anubis is really fun to start playing. Tuscan, I wouldn't mind some Tuscan.
What was that one? It started with S. It was like the Greek one. Santorini. That was sick. That was really, really fun. I remember that. That was just like, it almost felt like Mirage. except it was like, different, it looked different. It was colorful. It was crisp. But yeah, no, exactly.
Well,
and I mean, like, I have no shame mentioning Valorant, that kind of thing. But I don't think it's like, we've talked about it a lot, and it's a huge topic recently, about especially around the regions elsewhere, like Australia. The people who have left CS for Valorant, it's kind of like, oh yeah, sure, that's fine. I understand that. Like, they were either already going to, or they were super close to like leaving the game already. That it was just like, we move on. And for those people, good on you. Power to you. Move on through. But the good thing about a game like Valorant now coming out is that should, provided that Valve cares about their franchise, continue to update the game, keep it exciting, keep it interesting, and they have been doing that to a degree. They've more been fixing bugs, if anything, but, then you want to take it further. You're going to cheaters, you're going to, not having 128-tick matchmaking servers, blah, blah, blah. There's so many other things that they can do with their spare time that they have. But, Source 2. Hey, well, Source 2 is probably coming eventually. They've been saying it for the last 5 years. But yeah, look, it's in an interesting time. There's so many different games that are really slipping and falling right now. So it's really cool to see that LPL and some of the other tournament organizers in the region are still keeping true with their Counter-Strike, but also supporting other ventures like Valorant. And because I think personally, like, why not play both for some part of it? Like, yeah, I guess time, but like some of these full-time people, man, I know what they do on a full day. They don't do anything. Like, they got time.
Yeah, it's like that discussion around right now that's kind of been blossoming, I guess, on Twitter about during this time, if you're a player or something and you're not utilizing it to be streaming, then what are you doing? Right? It's like, start to establish yourself as a brand, grow as a name, as an entity, not just you're a player of this game.
Yep.
I mean,
that's what's been really exciting,
done, of course, but yeah, there's definitely people that are starting to do that.
Yep. No, it's been really exciting, hasn't it? Seeing like some of the players playing Valorant, giving the streaming a go and seeing where it will end up taking them. But for the time being, we're not talking about that. We are talking about the map in hand, and it is, of course, Train, Dreams, and TA to equalize, and they bring it into a 3-on-2 here. Moe and Dirty, are they going to be able to defend here, starting off on the CT side? And Moe's even stopped the plant. Potentially he can. Huge start.
Yeah, and they know where he is right now. Dirty's got a bit of utility to play with. Moe will spot out both of these players right now. A bit overzealous to still go for the challenge right now. Down on the reload. He will be afforded it. He needs to take the first issue. He finds Dreams. Now Rewind is relatively low. Now Exchange nods. The bomb will be picked up by Rewind, but the feet would give away his position. A crispy headshot from Moe to close it out. And Skyfire, they will be winning the pistol round, but I got to say, it really could have gone any which way at that 2 versus 2 and then the 1 versus 1 mark.
Well done from Moe to be able to bring that one back, of course. Getting off on the right foot here on the CT side of Train. Very, very important. We talk about sides. We've gone down into it a number of times here on the LPL broadcasts. And, of course, CT side of Train is the easier side through and through. It's very important to try and get as many of those T-sided rounds as possible to make sure that you're able to bring it through. So hopefully Skyfire are able to keep their composure, because really they could hope to sit above, that 10 rounds sort of mark. But in the exact same light, 5, 6 is pretty much enough to get the half one for Orgless. So will they be able to keep their composure in what they took to Paradox only a couple of weeks ago? Or will Skyfire reign supreme and take it out 2-0?
Yeah, I really don't know, man. Like, I predicted Skyfire to bring on the 2-0, but after Orgless is, showing in the previous map, maybe it will go the distance. Maybe we will see Nuke. We'll have to, of course, wait for this map to be done and dusted before we can really do that. Or I guess maybe the half to reveal a bit of something. Yeah, let's wait and see what Orgless can do on this this pistol force up right now. Of course, not getting the bomb down. No extra money afforded. No Hail Mary Galils that could be brought up in this round, like you tend to see these days as well. But Skyfire are being very reserved, which is very good.
So the Deegs yet to face off. I suppose there's probably less lines that you really choose to take as a T-sided Deagler on Train,
T-Con go for that line, maybe try to face down back green, but it is typically a better position for the riflers, especially on that T-Tide, to lock it down. And there we go, Dirty. Finding the first kill onto Dreams, Lou will be able to get out, and that's immediately the information given that this one is a fake. But at Rewind, he's going to be able to fight back, and Lou might be able to find an additional kill here as well. Todd somehow going down too. And can Noisia lock it down, or will they go down here in a very unfortunate way?
Oh, if BZ finds a shot here, it could have spelled disaster for Skyfire, but Dirty will get it done in the end. The pistol's getting a very substantial amount of damage dealt in the end there, but of course Skyfire winning that out. They'll repurchase everything here. You'd expect Orgless to at best go into it with a Deagle. And no real Kevlar behind us to back it up. Dream's is going to get himself a Taint 9. There's P250 as well. We know that they're going to have the big weaponry in the next one, but it is going to be a little bit of time before we see an AWP purchased, I would expect.
You know, probably a couple of rounds away, of course, and Clutchy's actually gone for just the 5-7 here, interestingly enough, but, you know, why wouldn't you? Moe's already found his way down on the flank, and Dreams does at least get the one. Lou also another. What is going on? This is just absolute insanity right now. Dirty almost goes down to the Glock as well. And now they go through the white hole. Dirty should surely find a couple here. He will. Nicely done there. This is, yeah, certainly getting a little bit wild here.
Brilliant pre-fire from Dirty, though. That was as soon as he ran around the corner, the bullet straight into his face and closes it out in the end. But I guess, you know, a quick round's always a good one if you know that you've got the big weaponry in the next round after the fact. And, well, I said about that AWP status before, and look at this. We've got 2 in the server, 1 for each team. As we do know, CT side of Train, AWPs, they can be very punishing.
Indeedy. Going for that run boost across, and it actually does pay off, but it's off the back of Clutchy going for that push. So, I mean, it doesn't exactly pan out how you would normally expect it to, but it gets the job done regardless. So it's important that they do find that opening pick. And Clutchy is certainly proving to me that he hasn't changed much from being Clutchy.
Well, can't really expect that from game number 1, I guess.
That man will tell you 16,000 different ways why his dumb play was not dumb. He'll have like a full like novel to explain onto why there was justification. It's amazing.
Well, let's see if his teammates can now help the situation for Skyfire to still be flawless in this game or not. Because Orgless
have they just left B open?
Control over towards B. Yeah, pretty much. I think
Why?
they're probably just going to call this round, to be honest with you.
Why did they leave B open?
Because they can.
Because why? Tell me. But now look, hopefully. Tell me why. Tell me why. No, okay. So Skyfire, they're going to completely concede that round, allow the homies of Orgless to find that first round on the T side here. Very, very important, as we mentioned, of course, to net as many as physically possible. But the side of Skyfire, I suppose, you know, Dirty's still got extreme amounts of money. So having 4 members of Skyfire live on is going to allow them to have a very, very healthy buy into the next round. This time, hopefully they're not going to be losing Clutchy. Hopefully they will be able to sit with what they've got and just continue to truck along.
Yeah, well, Orgless, you know, they've got a lot of utility to play with right now, same as Skyfire, but you look at the weaponry, there's 2 MP9s, and we know the Train, you can put an MP9 over towards B close, you can put it into SL as well, because, you know, the proximity of the MP9, that's where it shines, you know, it chucks out a lot of damage quite quickly. So let's hopefully see that Skyfire can use this weaponry, because the utility that they started off with is, you know, it's diminished quite heavily right now.
And a very, very early aggressive play here coming out from Noisia. Not quite going to be able to find the second. Moe is there to good for the trade, but BZ finds a couple back as well. And now it's all left onto just Clutchy and Dirty. And unfortunately for Dirty, he doesn't exactly have a long-distance weapon, but look at where the bomb is right now. Really, really solid position. Going to allow them plenty of time to work with. Cruising on down into T connector right now, Dirty. Surely got to be aware of the possible prospect that these guys are waiting for the push to come through. Just watching patiently, but if he finds the right timing, and he just might, gets the shot, and it's an honest job of it as well. Does hear the ladder being used. And basically in this 1v2 situation, it's going to be a very, very big challenge for Lou.
And Clutch is just going to end it. Very nicely done. You know, the mental plays to come out from the position of Dirty, you know, has no idea what's going to be happening. Is he going to go through the smoke? Is he going to go around the train, up the ladder? No idea. And that just buys a lot of time for Clutchy to establish the flank, to finish it off there and get the round back over to Skyfire. So only the one right now for Orgless, but, you know, the rounds that they have, you know, lost out, the money started to build itself, and now that loss bonus, it does put them into a comfy buy right now. They've got the AWP here, a bit of utility as well. But now that they've lost out that ghost bullet from the AWP, Skyfire know they've purchased.
And it will likely be an eco into the next if they are unsuccessful. Noisy are able to find that one opening, but TA gets the trade back, but quickly burning down inside that molly. Tot will be able to at least find that one back. So it's a 3v4 again in favor of Skyfire. And with the way that they're doing it right now, they're looking hungry for 5. The bomb has been dropped again. Moe good with the AWP. Dreams was able to find the trade there, but now Tot trying to slowly creep up. Spots out one member back green, and then here's the drop into the ladder room as well. The guy flashes his way out, does the damage, but BZ not going to be able to find that kill. He will be sent packing.
Yeah, and 3 alive for Skyfire as well will be good for them to start to build their economy on this CT side, because, you know, any rounds that they are, you know, dropping here, any rounds that Orgless are able to find, it makes it a little bit difficult because, you know, the T side of Train, and you'll probably agree with me here, it can be quite challenging at times, especially when you're really only being afforded 1 round here and there, and you aren't able to just string anything along.
Kills left, right, and center again as Tot and Moe find the opener, but Rewind. A couple of very, very nice deagle shots there. Moe also getting taken low. TA to find it. The AWP has been dropped onto the other side, but now Dirty is left all alone in this circumstance, which just should not be happening, but the lineup is there. TA is ready for it. Great defense there.
I talk about economy, I talk about T-side rounds being hard, and you know what? Just use pistols, because apparently it works. Oh.
So still in a similar sort of purchase position. Both of these teams. Dirty, unfortunately, doesn't have a weapon to go along with the rest of his team. Noisier only with the MP9. And Orgless, they've done at least a very, very good job of keeping the economy honest of Skyfire, not really allowing them to solidify too many rounds. And even if they are, not allowing too many members to live on either. And sneaky boy here, TA, he's found his way out. And unfortunately, Tot, what are you doing, buddy? Let your team go down there. Noisier will fall. At least Tot will be able to live on for a little while longer. Clutchy slowly moving on up towards Ivy. Rewind likely to find this shot. It is always hard to lock it down with a FAMAS. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, look at the spread out now towards the site. Tot, a long line, afforded 2 there. Here's the drop down SL as well. Gets a dink on the BZ down to 4 HP. Moe to clean it up in the end. Things going well for Skyfire right now, but a 1 versus 2. Don't count Lou out. He is definitely a player that can clutch this one through, but he doesn't know where the boys are around the site right now. Clutchy on the top of the site itself. He just swings with the FAMAS and decapitates Lou. So around goes over to Skyfire.
Another round found by the boys in orange, or red, whatever you want to call it, the
Orange.
Fiery Stallions. But now, in a position where Orgless, they've basically only just chosen to reinvest slightly here. A couple of deagles to go along with that singular AK in the hands of TA. Obviously had plenty of money to work with. It's going to be another challenge for them, but given the way that they've actually been able to find themselves onto this site a couple of times, I'm not going to call them out of it at all just yet.
Nah, neither am I, to be honest with you. You know, the AK-47 from TA will be the weapon to look for, and I guess the deagles to potentially just get a little bit of trickle damage, a little bit of a love tap if possible. But the overwhelming numbers of Orgless should be used as well. I don't really like the spread play that they're going for right now. I get that the one dig potential's here, but we know that, you know, Skyfire, once bitten, twice shy, they're probably not going to give them the plays to be able to do that. Now that they are starting to lose their lives with the pistols, it is onto the rifle of TA to start to do the big damage.
Is he going to be able to do much more, though? 1v4 now as it stands. Got a member up in heaven, but he will drop down onto the site. The green train member will push up, but wow! TA, great reactive shot there. And now he puts himself in a position where he actually can find more, but he will go down. Very nicely done there by Tot to close out the round for Skyfire. And as we hit now double digits in the rounds, number 10 we are moving into. Skyfire with 7. Obviously, Orgless, they are going to be able to reinvest this time rounds. And the money's still being kept low for Skyfire. I mean, right now they've got everything that they could ever need. Dirty is restricted to just the FAMAS, but Moe still has the AWP, and he's been doing really, really well with that AWP so far.
Yeah, 100%. You know, one of those very capable AWP players in our region. Another one that you'd associate being, you know, firmly, I would say, in the top 10. In recent times, it's been a little bit shaky, but it is good to see that he is starting to reestablish himself with this weapon. And I guess the cohesiveness between the Skyfire members in this game is what we've been waiting for in the matches that we've seen, not only in the LPL league, but I guess every league that they do touch their fancy with.
Trying to help my mum work out how to use Twitch, but we can do that another time. You know, 7 mate can always be watched. But 4v3. Still going to be a tough way into the site, though, given the damage that's already been dealt. However, Tot, he's able to cause the defense. And that's a nice 4K picked up by Tot, the Turkish warrior. Now Skyfire sitting at 8. And really, Orgless, they haven't looked in a whole lot of good stead for the most of this half. TA, he's done some work, but yeah, look, it's still a long way out. And with this pause coming through, surely there's going to be some points of discussion to see how they're going to play out the rest of this half. And the match. Yeah, well, and the series. And the competition.
God, that's exactly right, isn't it? Like,
yeah.
We'll have to see what's going to happen here. But while we do wait for this pause to come out, you would expect, you know, the tacticals to come through for all the proven that it will be their pause here. They've got the money to get some sort of weaponry into this round, but it's not going to be the complete greatest.
Yeah, it's a little bit grim, but it doesn't matter. It's enough to get the job done. And I do like that these guys are still taking timeouts, you know, still deciding to have the conversation of what to do, how that they are going to continue to move for. So most of the aggression has been towards the A side. A little bit inconsistent and less flowy, but given the time that we have ahead of us now, maybe they'll be able to find some more picks. But no, it will actually be rewind to go down. So giving the time once more. Again, Clutchy doing really well to lock down Ivy here. So slowly now creeping up into the middle of the brown train. Once again, though, no presence really towards that B bomb site. And I mean, it's interesting, you know, given the fact that we did actually see Skyfire completely give it up a couple of rounds ago, and now they've got 2 sitting there. Noisier, though, gonna line them up. 1, not quite the second. TA is gonna be able to find that one back. BZ also there as well, but Noisier, he's gonna be locking it down, but he might get caught out, might get spotted at the back of green train, but the smoke grenade actually is there to give him some extra time. The Kobe will come through. as BZ does fall. Oh, we're not going to be able to find that kill quite back. Dreams somehow getting away with murder there with the Galil. 2 big kills, and now it's all on a dirty and a 1v2.
Oh, and you'll have the information onto TA, and he does manage to find the frag, but TA will know how much damage is just delivered there. He knows that it's one shot, 1 HP would probably be the call in the comms, but you can never be too certain, and you have to just generally expect that, they would be on 100 HP, but I am really liking this positional flank right now from Dreams. It's probably going to catch Dirty off guard, but he's made a lot of noise, and Calder's just going to run around the site. Look at the time. He's just going to wait for him to get the bomb and plant, and oh my, it's shaky. He knows it, but he gets it done in the end, and Skyfire, they do get the round. Oh.
Makes it happen. Makes it happen, and that will be a quick reset of a member who was Moe. So maybe the mosquitoes are attacking him outside again. We'll have to see. Or maybe the kids are chasing him around or something like that as well. Man, huge shouts to that guy though. Hey, the amount of hard work that he still puts in after all these years. He's only my age, sitting at 27, I do believe, of age. But man, for him to be able to put in that amount of hours, take care of the 2 kids, and obviously still work a full-time job as well. That's one thing that's always been an interesting one is, the veterans of the scene, they typically have used to working some sort of full-time job because obviously back in the day, there was never any money in CS, and now it's where teams can get full-time salaries to play their game that they love. So obviously, it's only really the top 4 that are on livable salaries, I guess you could say. But a lot of these players, they don't need to work anymore. So they've got the full freedom to do as much as they want in the server and get as much practice in. But then there's people like Moe who watch demos on their lunch break. That's the kind of dedication that you've got in hand. So cool to see him still around. And I feel like there should be really, really more people like him in the region. But it's always hard to make that choice, making the sacrifices as opposed to, taking care of your family and whatnot.
Yeah, well, we've seen people, I think you'd be able to say more than me right now because you've been around the scene a little bit longer than I have. People that have been playing and then they do step back from the Counter-Strikes to go and do, their real life, just, I guess, look to carry along that journey. And they peek their heads in time and time again. But it's like, imagine what the circumstances would be if they continued to play, right? Now that the game has, grown to what it is today, would they, if they continued with it, be able to stay up to the top teams and everything? It's one of those things that you'd never really know. But Moe, and I don't really want to position it this way, but he is kind of a really good use case. The dedication that he puts into the scene, it's like, that's what I guess young folks might, and I can't believe now I get to say young folks, but can, look forward towards, I guess, continuing on with their careers, trying to bring it up to the top status.
For sure. And I really do hope that is going to be another thing that we see in the future, things obviously like the Chiefs partnering with Bond University and things like that, like the Legacy doing the meta high school leagues and things along those lines, really sort of supporting and developing the high school, the universities, the grassroots, and allowing the people to understand that there is a career in gaming, there is a career in esports, and it's actually a possibility to make it happen. And I guess the only really sucky thing right now has just been COVID, really, hasn't it? It's like, it's something that I almost just don't even want to talk about anymore. It's just depressing keeping, obviously, like, you'd be the exact same. I guess it's a little bit more local for yourself being in the East Coast. But for me, over West, I do have some gamer friends in WA. And obviously, I got my work crew and all that kind of stuff. But, man, I miss my homies. Tell ya, I miss them.
I live too far out from the city. There's no one really near me.
How far out of the city are you? You're like an hour and a half on the train, right?
Yeah, but then I have to drive 20 minutes to the train as well.
Oh, bro. Yeah, you do need to move out.
Speaking of moving out, Skyfire, they've just boarded a train and they've sent it because Orgless just completely got dismantled in that round. But hey, it was just the pistols. They're ready to get things rolling back. Aligned on the tracks, back on the main track, on the main one. And now the AWP's back, the utility's here, we're waiting for Rewind to purchase up. It's going to be the AK, of course. Skyfire they've already gotten enough rounds as they need on the CT side. Anything more is just glorious. Ah, dreams.
Oh, Lou, a little bit unfortunate there, missing a shot that he would normally hit, but there you go, that's a bit better. Does hit the shot onto top. Clutchy will be able to at least defend to 1, but now, given the position that these guys have put themselves in, they're actually having to rotate through the B site. And that's what I mean, like, you know, Skyfire switching it up so much against a team that hasn't been being very versatile. Like, it just, it puts me back, because it's like, if Skyfire were playing these kind of switchy setups against a really, really good team, then it'd be like, okay, that makes sense. You know, they're more experienced. They're obviously going to change it up. But then there's the rounds where, like, Skyfire, they've left open. They basically left open A here. They had only, like, 1 member there. And then in a round previous, they almost left open B completely. So it's interesting to sort of watch it all go. But now with Moe sitting inside the ladder, will he find this shot onto Rewind? He will. And now, whether or not they're actually even going to peek for it anymore, or is Moe just going to run away, get this save, and then move on into the 14th round.
And they were both low there as well. So imagine a circumstance where Noisia finds another player with the rifle. Moe moves in. They look to get a retake on. It could have happened, but in the case that it hasn't now, the money situation of Skyfire is looking a little bit lopsided here. You got an MP9 being brought out once again. It's not going to be in the hands of Noisia this time. Tot's going to take up the weapon there. They've got kits to play with as well. So this is really just about, you know, Orgless. Can they find these next 2 rounds to make their CT side endeavors a little bit better? Because, you know, the engagements that they are winning right now, they haven't been convincing.
No, you're exactly right. Not in any way, shape, or form. So, a couple of members up Ivy. Clutchy, he's going to choose to fall out, and a wise choice in that regard, as there is 4 of them hungrily waiting just at the very back. Smoke grenade will go down, anticipating that Molotov, or part of it at least. But now they do start to creep. Are they going to be able to find Clutchy here? Or is he going to be able to defend? As it's going to be a little bit rough here. There we go. Now the member on top of the train, that will be Moe, finding 1. Not quite the second, though. The crosshair was on, but unfortunately for him, Rewind did get the shot first. Noisia, good for the trade. That is the one man who tried to get out lower towards B. So I've done a good job here in locking it down, but the timing, will it favor them? They know it's potentially a split, but now they're not going that way at all. Luckily, though, Tot will capitalize and move into the halls.
What is that AK skin? I've never seen that one before. My lord. Alrighty.
Yeah, it's an ugly looking one, isn't it?
It's weird, but when you're finding frags, it can't be counted as ugly. It can be quite beautiful right now, especially where Tot finding this one onto Lou does make things that more easier for Skyfire to win out the round. And now the Dirty finds Rewind. The defuse will come forward. The BM as well, because, yes, 11 rounds for Skyfire.
Only a couple more needed, and look, you know, by the way this map has actually gone, it's quite crazy to me to think about, to be quite honest with you, Dion. Like, I was expecting Orgless to put up way more of a fight here, but with that being said, we still do need to move on to the CT side, and if Skyfire are unsuccessful with finding that pistol, maybe that's where Orgless will be able to find their way into it, but still, regardless, we've got the possible prospect of 12 rounds in the half on the CT side. Super, super important to get done.
Yeah, very, very much so. Orgless, they'll definitely need to win the pistol, whether this half be 12-3, whether it be 11-4. You know, those score lines, you'd usually say that's your, your comeback score lines as well when it comes to your Counter-Strike. So we'll definitely have to wait and see in that regard. Skyfire, they're going to be very happy in this round to just play really passive, let Orgless come in towards their crosshairs, and it may set up to be the B site nice and early. They've got enough time to reset themselves and rotate over towards A if they need, but a gap in the smoke. Moe finds BZ, off to a perfect start for Skyfire.
That's exactly what you want to see. Lou and Dreams will be able to at least respond, but in a good position to find their way back into this one, Skyfire. They've already got the rotate coming through, but will they be ready for the man in the connector? TA moving on through, catching off guard Noisier, and now that will put Tot and Clutchy in an awkward situation.
No.
Clutchy, though, narrowly missing the head, but ultimately does find the shot. And the main thing is here, the bomb is down. Lou only has the AWP, which I guess it's a preferable position still, but if they do get up close and personal, obviously only having that one shot in the barrel, especially when Clutchy and Tot are rather low.
Oh, I do not like this from Lou right now. Clutchy can just hold up towards heaven. Oh, he'll hear the gun barrel.
He's made the sound,
the
surely.
scope in from the orb, yeah. The Clutchy to swing and catch him off guard. Kind of unfortunate for Lou, you know, in a 1 versus 2 scenario, what do you do really? You rotate around towards heaven. If he had a Molotov, he could have played it more passively. But yeah, as soon as he scoped in, Clutchy knew exactly where he was, knew exactly what was happening, just to swing. And that'll be the half, 12-3. Look at the numbers. TA is leading the charge for Orgless on 16, which is, you know, it's only 1 frag shy of the leader in this match, Moe on 17.
12-3, man. Crazy stuff. First map was, of course, 16-10 on Overpass. The map choice was made by Skyfire, but this is what I mean, you know, like, I guess Paradox, they're a pretty good team on Train, rather, but I think they're not as good as Skyfire are. So it is quite clear that this is the way it should go right now, but now with that bomb being planted on the site, Lou and Rewind are actually finding a couple. BZ obviously was there to find one before he was taken down, and now in the 2v4 rather. Are they going to be able to lock this down? Noisier finds out the member in SL, but there's a kill onto Lou, but there's more members cruising along. Moe now locking it down from the back of Hell, but Rewind swinging on in, and that is a phenomenal round for Orgless to get their way back into this. I spoke about how crucial it was for them to find the pistol, and this could potentially be the start of a comeback.
Yeah, potentially could be, though. Does Skyfire now force up or wait for their big weaponry in the next round? I would hope that they itch on the side of caution and go for the big weaponry in the next bit, you know, but they're going to do the old AKs up, donate them over to the other players that can get utility and armor. So, I mean, it is what it is. We'll see if it works. They've got 8 rounds behind them in case things do go a little bit scary for them. But you touch upon Skyfire's previous history on Train, you know, overtime against Rooster, 11-16 against Paradox that they lost, but they beat Incep 16-14. So some good numbers up against some good teams, but a close one for Incep, who, of course, now have Skull Hunter in that roster as well. So it's good to see. Keeping an eye on that roster, to be honest with you.
No, it's Skull's just like, it's funny because some of the times that you watch him play, you wouldn't exactly put him and Big Brain in the same sentence, but I've actually, like, speaking to him one-on-one and listening to his, like, way he thinks about the game is like, goddamn, like, wow. Man is switched on. So you're right. This should be cool to see how he goes. But for the time being, we talk about Skyfire. And with their force into it here, Dirty and Noisier, they've obviously sent the weapons over to the teammates. The Rewind. Look at that control inside team A. Dreams as well. That is a phenomenal play coming out from these Orgless boys. Moe. Oh, what? Moe able to find a couple, almost dropping Lou as well. And now it's all on a Clutchy here in a 1v3.
Yeah, but what can Corbin do? He's been spotted out. He's had damage taken down to 24. The swing from BZ to end it in the end as well. And nah, absolutely gobsmacked by Orgless in that round. You know, they just position themselves in team main. They sit pretty. They don't reveal what they had set up, and they're just aware, you know, the utility comes out from SL. They find that first pick. They expect the extension out from towards spawn, and they just narrow them down. Pick by pick. That's another round for Orgless.
I'm also looking at the Vertex roster currently as well with Maker, Keto and stuff. That could be a good one.
That just reminds me of old Paradox, man.
Yeah, well, basically, minus Maker. Now the movement straight through the fire here. Noisier has picked up the AK, but quickly Dreams will take him down. And all but one now live on, sitting on the bomb train. Surely they will be able to find him quickly. Yes, they will. And now as it stands, it's going to be a 12-7 half, and Skyfire finally will be in a position where they're going to be able to buy it. But still a little while away before they're going to be able to do a whole lot in the sense of closing out this game. They still need to keep their composure, still need to keep sharp and bring it through.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? T-side train, that's what we've been talking about, and now people can see it. You know, Orgless, they couldn't really get things happening on their T-side. Same thing's kind of happening to Skyfire. It can be quite brutal if you aren't at least finding an opening pick or, you know, establishing an entry point in towards a site. And you know what? Rewind's just gifted that entry point into A, although BZ finds Clutchy to even things back up. Oh.
A nice opening start still, though, 4v4. And the Molotov will force Dreams away. They actually got out onto the top of the train, Dirty, with a surprise as he's able to find a couple of quick kills. And then shot missed by BZ. He hits the hard ones instead. But he does find the second as well as Moe re-peeks back into that one. TA, he's snuck his way out as well. It's all on a Tot. And Tot has been to doubt, I guess you could say that. But with a nade coming through, 1v2, can he? No. BZ, 4K, pretty nice.
Yeah, I gotta say in that round, when BZ revealed himself at the back of green toward Ivy after finding a Dirty dropping on down in the second one, Moe peeked into it, almost just, you know, gifting him the frag. And I get, you know, he's vulnerable when he does either land a shot with the AWP or miss, but, you know, it was just already ready for Moe to peek that. And then that's when, you know, 2 versus 2, it goes in Orgless's favor. They got the info where the players are. They just look to close it on down. So a bit of a misplay, I feel, to come out from Skyfire in that round. They do still have 5 rounds ahead, and now that they've gotten in towards this site, they can look to get the plant down nice and early, though the HP is kind of all around the place.
Yeah, certainly. But this is the control that you like to see. Noisier. He's already all the way up onto the other side of the T connector. Will the timing fare him? I don't think they know in any way, shape, or form. And he could go big here. 1, not quite the 2. But still, he did enough. You know, he was able to cause the stop. And that might very well be the call for the save here. It will. Yep, absolutely.
Caused a little bit of a ruckus in through towards the connector area just outside it as well. And as you say, the save for Orgless, they want to take these double AWPs into the next round. But you check this one, Skyfire, that's their first T-sided round. Yes.
Yes. So on the T side now, finally being able to put their feet on the floor. Of course, it was Orgless opening up with that pistol. Reminder, it was a 12-3 half. And this is what exactly happens on the CT side. You know, on the defense already, we see Skyfire sort of slipping behind slightly, only picking up 1 round to Orgless's 4. And all they can hope for is that that isn't going to consistently keep on happening. Just need to keep their focus and continue to roll with the punches. Is he missing another cheeky flick? I thought he almost hit that one. So the MP9 for Dreams. Not a whole lot else to go with him, though. So, position that they need to maintain will be Skyfire just pushing through as much as they possibly can. I mean, the money that they've got in the pocket, Moe 38.50. I mean, they're still going to have another healthy-looking buy to a degree into the next round if they are unsuccessful. But still slowly, just sort of messing around with the members in SL. There is 2 of them. And they do spot him out quickly. Tot just jumping around, but 32 seconds. They have to go. They have to get out onto this A site now. BZ, great shot, holding it down. BZ, oh my word! What a play there from Will as he locks down the site. Just a one-man show, and he is still potentially on for more right now. Rewind to drop Clutchy, but now on the final member inside SL. If you have ever deserved to win a round, Will, that is the one right there.
Nah, 100%, man. Like the AWP up close and personal, but what gets it there is the pistol whip, just bringing it out, straight shot into the face, closed out the round, done and dusted. Orgless 5 rounds behind Skyfire. Money is kind of broken for Skyfire as well. They are going to invest into this one, so if they do lose it, it's done. There's going to have to be an eco, reset economy and everything. So we'll kind of see what's going to happen here. But now it's looking like Orgless are starting to bring it back.
And look, it's certainly doable. You know, that's what we mean. T-sided train. It can be a harsh mistress. And now Noisia only with that pistol here. BZ will be forced away by the Molotov. Let's just see how they continue to kick on over these next few rounds. Because, man, Skyfire, they don't want to allow this one to slip out of their grasps. Dirty, though. Great opener.
And Tot's found one over at B as well that does bring in the opportunity to get the bomb plant. BZ, he might get caught off guard with utility in his hands right now, though. I'm looking for Tot. Is he going to go through the connector smoke? He's doing what Noisia did earlier. There's the first one. He's actually going to go for a little bit of a different plate. It's to fall back after the peek into connector, though it really is playing on the mindset for BZ right now. He has no idea where anyone is, and I think they're just going to have to go for the save. 3 players really established in, but actually, I mislooked at where Dreams is. Now they know Clutchy, he will at least get the frag in the end. Now BZ will have to take the AWP into the next round, and I got to say, though, a very needed round for Skyfire here. Because, you know, they lose this, that would really help Orgless to bring things back in towards this game.
2 more, Dion. 2 more. Are they going to be able to find it?
Potentially. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You never really know. The potential of Orgless bringing it back is always going to be there until the game is done. So yeah, they've definitely got the weaponry now that they can afford to win a round. But I am liking that Skyfire just straight out in towards the A side. We've seen this by Moe previously, but he does get punished. Dirty as well. And this is not the outcome that Skyfire would have been looking for by any means in this round right now.
Yeah, certainly not. You know, this is the point where they win this round. They've reset the economy of Orgless. Orgless have to put in like an awkward-looking force because that one will be the last one, pretty much. You know, they just have to go for it regardless. But that won't be a problem if Skyfire are unable to secure this round. And
that's the bomb.
That pick onto Noisia, you're exactly right. That's the bomb. But a very nice shot from Tot. Still a winnable round here. And the swing comes back, but Tot finds another. Unfortunately, he does go a little bit too wide there, though, as Lou will be able to capitalize. And he's holding on to the very, very tight line in Ivy. The other member will be heading his way out. And whether or not...
timing.
Old mate Clutchy, this could be big. Or... Clutchy. Oh, just pulled away.
I hate to see it.
If he had to focus down that kill, man, he might have been able to find that round.
Yeah, because it's like the AWP at that close distance he finds there, then he knows it's a deagle behind him, and if he's prancing around like that, well, it makes him for a bit of a difficult target. But now it is just going to be the pistols for Skyfire at best, and this is definitely the time for Orgless to once again capitalize on this monetary situation.
No, you're exactly right. They're up. And they can continue to kick on here. But the main thing is, if Skyfire are successful in this round as well, the money's still going to be very ugly for Orgless. So TA is going to watch through onto the other side of the smoke, gets a couple of, well, actually, no, just the 1 kill, and then he goes down. Clutchy and Noisia have actually been able to find kills off the back of this, and AWP is about to be recovered from Noisia. Dirty to find another. And this is all of a sudden a potential winnable round. BZ will be able to drop Noisia as well. Clutchy, though, oh, Rewind will spot him. And now it's all on to Dirty. He's a long way from home, but one, surely. No! Coulter! He's 10 HP!
Oh, I bet you that someone's just put in the
that's
chat
rough.
as well. 10 HP
Oh,
on
bro.
Orgless' side, I bet you. Oh.
Yeah, that's rough. That is very rough. I mean, look, the good thing is they keep the economy honest enough. You know, by doing that amount of damage, it means that they've got to, like, reinvest a fair amount. But now they've picked up the double AWP and, oh, I don't know, man. This could still very well be Orgless' map.
Yeah, man. I don't know. Hey, like, this could... Skyfire need one to force overtime at least, one after the fact. But even just, like, summing up, 2 rounds. Look at the scoreboard right now. Thank you,
Wow.
behind the scenes. But yeah, 3 rounds is all we saw for Orgless on the T side. And Skyfire, they are struggling for that as well. This is trained.
Yeah, this is Train. Exactly that. No, look, it's a map that certainly has the capacity for big comebacks, and it's a challenge to get those T-sided rounds, you know, like the synergy that you've got to bring through. And especially when you've got people like BZ going that crazy, except for then he misses that molly, but that's absolutely fine.
Oh,
And
my.
that's a great pick from TA as well.
I love that we've got the blind kill feed, you know, identifier as well, so they know that he was completely blinded off there and he was just spraying. And now BZ, even though he does miss out the incendiary earlier, he's putting in the damage with this AWP. Certainly helping the case for Orgless to try and close it down, send everybody home with, well, I guess either a smile on their face or not, because you can only ever do whatever which way. But the bomb is down. Moe, he'll reveal himself scoping in with the AWP, and especially now that Lou has the angle, but unfortunately this shot, that'll do it. That'll close it down.
All right. Another buy, do you reckon, for Skyfire or what?
If they're going to do it here, they most likely have to rush something like B or SL split out with A. Nothing's really been working for them, and, you know, looking at what Orgless have been doing, right? There's rounds where they push in to T main. There's rounds where they go into SL. Orgless are playing this CT side really well because they're changing it up every single time and making Skyfire guess what's happening.
So Lou's already taken that early damage. They've looked to take control of Ivy. The nade will be good down that way as well, though. And now they're ready to start to walk their way over. It is definitely going to be the A site crunch, but whether or not they're going to be able to find the kills here, they need to catch Dreams off guard. The flashbang will go out, and that's a great shot from Noisia, clearing the corner firm. But now BZ, is he going to be able to lock this down any longer? Middle of the site, Rewind looking to get some, but there we go, Lou. Lou with 2. Dirty was able to at least find that kill onto BZ, but now Rewind swapping his way around. He's whiffed the shot, and now it will be Dirty to actually find the timing. And in the back, though, they've got the bomb here somehow as well. What is going on? I am losing my mind, Dion. TA to at least find it, but then Lou missing the shots. The bomb is still dropped, and Lou might actually choose to give up that position, but then in the end, he goes back. Will he hit the flick? Yes, he will. But now it's all on to Tot here. Can he make the silent fall? He will get it. Somehow Lou does look the right way, but man, oh man. This game is too much for my little heart.
I tell you what, though, it casts my mind back to when we saw these boys play against Rooster, right? Lose ace with the AWP around the ace site. You remember that?
Yeah.
Like, we know how capable of a player he can be, and, you know, whilst in this game, it's kind of felt like there's only been frags here and there. Most of the time, it's been multi-frags. But it's 15 for Skyfire, by the way. So overtime, 100% possible. But Orgless don't want to see that. They want to see, well, no, Orgless will want to see that. Skyfire don't. They want to see victory here. There we go. Your heart, my brain. That's what's happening right now. And BZ's gifted clutch here frag as well. Oofta.
Oh, just reminds me of you posting about me cruising around in my pajamas prior to the broadcast. I was sick today, okay? I was sick. I'm still sitting here like my brain is just cloudy.
So,
and I've got my
that's
work
why you had so
and
much
financial.
Time to
Oh,
cook
dude,
the
I played
glorious
Valorant
meal.
and I got Diamond, and then I don't know, man. People in Diamond are silver, I swear. Diamond sucks. Get me to Immortal already.
Here we go. Lou and TA, can they bring it back? Lou's good for one, but it's all going to be resting on the shoulders of poor lonesome TA. A flank coming through with the Famis. It's already being safeguarded as well by Moe on the AWP, but he gets off the line. It's going to be dirty to hold it, and that is a great shot in the end. What a series.
Well, I tell you, it was definitely an interesting one all the way throughout. You know, it's similar sort of things that we saw from Skyfire when they did face off against Mako only a week or so ago, when they were like just super up and down. There was no consistency to it. They were either like red hot, and there was 5 rounds that could have taken against Renegades, but then they would just all of a sudden turn into this mess. But this time around, they've looked really, really good, and they were able to take down in a 2-0 series, which ended up being tonight. I thought we were going to have the full 6 maps in both of these games, but we've ended up having a 2-0 for Bantz and a 2-0 for Skyfire. So it's a little bit quicker than expected.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that one 100%, man. Like, to be honest with you, actually, I can't remember. Did I say 2-0 for both? I think I know I said 2-0 for the first one, but for this one, I can't quite remember. Anyways, it definitely kept me on the edge of my seat in this one right here. You know, time again, I thought Orgless were going to look to bring it back, and there were some superb rounds to come out. You know, the stellar performance from the individuals there. Lou on the AWP, just the rifles coming out as well from the rest of them. It's just really cool Counter-Strike there on a map that, you know, we'll be happy to see come back yet again, because, you know, when it comes to the other ones, we've seen the reoccurring Infernos, Mirage, it gets thrown in there, and yeah, we just we bring it into this one, and although it is 2-0 for tonight, it was enjoyable Counter-Strike.
Yeah, no, exactly right. We did have some really, really good games. So let's actually jump in and have a quick look at what we did see pan out. Of course, we do have the bracket now in front of us. So next week, it's going to be Rooster versus Paradox. And then obviously, no, sorry, it's going to be Mako versus Bantz, rather. That's where my eyes are going right now.
Yep.
And then Truckers versus Skyfire. And obviously the winner of that week will then be going on to playing with obviously Roosters and Paradox and the other side. So what are we sort of thinking coming out of this other side of the lower bracket? Of course, you know, Mako, Bantz, like I'm sort of feeling towards potentially like a Bantz Truckers, which would then obviously be a rematch between the very first game. Yeah,
no, I'm feeling that most definitely right now as well. And it's kind of like the way that Bantz looked tonight. If they're on that form against the Truckers, if Truckers do beat Skyfire, you know, they'll be going to play the loser of Roosters Paradox, and that there would be a really, really cool match to witness. And yeah, no, this makes me really excited for the rest of the season. Really keen.
No, I think so. You know, really, really closely matched games. You know, Mako and Bantz, obviously, you know, we've got really, really sharp players in and amongst both of those rosters. And then, you know, quite a bit of proving for Skyfire to do still, obviously, when they face up against the Truckers. Whether or not Panic is going to be able to fix his PC, hopefully he did. I think that's why they had to, you know, avoid some things in the other times. But look, doesn't matter. We've had 2 back-to-back weeks of, yes, all the 4 games have been 2-0s, but they've been really, really enjoyable. So I suppose, Dion, before I wrap it up, any more words that you've got to say to the broadcast?
Yeah, well, of course, thank you to the lovely sponsors, Conker, Vodafone, WD Black, and New Zealand Defence Force as well. Without you guys, you know, we probably wouldn't be, you know, having the lovely faces all and having the glorious guys over in New Zealand running the show behind the scenes as well in our ears, providing us with the lovely voices time and time again, and the laughs as well that's just contagious that come through. It's really good fun, so shout out to them. Tham, of course, as well, for helping out there. But I hope you guys like the change in attire for this week. We didn't actually mention it.
Big shouts to Manic Monday if he is hanging around, lurking in the sticks. The man left the esports for the, what would you call it? I guess content creation management side of things, but that's okay, man. We miss him and we love him regardless. But this night, the dress is for yourself, mate. But yeah, no, look, again, completely mirror what you said, Dion. Obviously, everyone who is watching at home, you know, all the players for, you know, rocking up on time and not really making this too much of a mess. I think we haven't really had too many crazy technical issues or anything like that, despite this being a completely dispersed broadcast.
Moe with the restarts of the PC there, and then me with my bloody internet and everything, and my camera dying.
But it happens, though,
my camera dying as well. So, for anyone that knows a little bit of prehistory, my camera like overheats occasionally, and when it's in my own personal stream, there's like literally stuff that people just be like, "Your camera's dead. Can you fix it?" This happened here tonight, so a little bit of a funny circumstance there, but we got through it, which is always good. Congratulations to the winners of tonight. Unfortunate for the losers, things to go back to the drawing board, and hopefully we'll see them around as well, because that of course does mean that they are eliminated from the LPL season.
And of course, there is always that opportunity to play in the next one. Season 3 shouldn't be too far around the corner, but of course, we do have a few more weeks ahead of all the action, which will be brought here for you, not only on twitch.tv, LPL/LPL_CSGO, but also on 7mate at midnight, obviously on Wednesday. So guys, thank you again. My name has been Mitch Conky Cannon. Alongside me, as always, I do have Dion Komodo Perrotta. Once again, thank you to the broadcasting team and everyone watching. Take care, and we'll see you guys all next week. Take care.